as well as the other senators have manifested their desire to interpolate regarding the budget of the Commission on Elections. So welcome once again. I'm terribly sorry. This is a repeat performance, as it were, and we've had to recall the Commission to go over your budgets as adequately and thoroughly as possible. So with that, until the other senators come around, may I first ask about your budgets, and we welcome. Are there any new resource persons? I think there are actually, Commissioner. No. Committee Secretary, please recognize the new resource persons who are here present.
Morning, Senator. Good morning, our distinguished guests. For the budget briefing for the Commission on Elections, we have
Yung bago lang.
we have Commissioner Ray Bulay. Commissioner Ray Bulay. Yun lang po yung bago, Senator. Lahat po sila present last time. And from the Department of Budget and Management, Ms. Gemma Ilagan, the Director, and Project Development Officer 3, Alexis Red Ruiz Irasga. Yun lang po, Senator.
Yes, thank you very much. With that, we recognize the Commission, Chairman George Garcia, Poselis, Commissioner Maceda, Commissioner Bulay joins us for the first time. So I will tell Senator Pimentel that we only have two commissioners missing. Is that correct? Three.
Three commissioners.
Yes, and they are?
Commissioner Socorro Inting, Your Honor. Commissioner Marlon Casquejo and Commissioner Amy Ferulino, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for putting that on record. But in any case, the Commission is here in full complement. So we'd first like to go over certain questions that have been made regarding the different off-budget accounts. Senator Bongo is online. Thank you very much. And I believe that there are representatives for Senator Estrada as well. Thank you very much. So with that, we recognize our colleagues in the House. Okay, so that's Senator Bongo, Senator Estrada, and I believe Senator Pimentel as well as Senator Robin Padilla will be joining us shortly. Thank you very much. So regarding the off-budget accounts, but I suspect that Senator Pimentel would like to inquire regarding that. Perhaps we can begin. Yes, perhaps we can start with the Commission's proposed new office building to the projected savings in rental of 21.275 billion. What's the present value of this 21.275 billion? And then the future value of the benefits to be incurred compared to the present value. We have to justify po your new building in as much as virtually no capital outlay is contained in the 2023 austerity budget. Thank you. Hindi kasi malaki-laki yung halaga, 21 billion. Pero alam ko na malaki rin ang binabayarang rental taon-taon. So paano
Your Honor, we had been paying the different buildings in Intramuros and likewise the warehouses about 159 million pesos per year.
That's year on year.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the 21 billion there for? That's the construction cost of a new building?
No, Your Honor. It's 9.337 billion pesos for the construction of the new building.
9.337
337
billion.
billion, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Bakit sinasabi na may future value of 21.275 billion? Where am I deriving that number?
Your Honor, I think that is the projected savings of the
For
commission.
for a gazillion years. For how
50
many years?
years, Your Honor.
50 years saving. For the life of the building.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I understand. Thank you. So year on year, how much are you spending on rentals? Pati pala Intramuros, nangungupahan lang kayo?
Your Honor, 159 million for main office buildings and offices, but all in all, together with our regional offices and field offices, 179 million. Yes, Your Honor.
So this is the reason that we have included the 9 billion worth of the building. However, the DBM has only approved the what amount for this year?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Only 500 million, Your Honor.
That's right. You have a mere 500 million. Is that adequate to start in the area?
No,
But you have land na, no?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a land in
There's a land area, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
But with 500 million, what can you begin with?
Your Honor, we, as much as possible, Your Honor, with all due respect, we will be needing 1.5 billion for the first year.
So if only 500 is provided, what can you do with the said amount?
Your Honor, to be very honest and frank, there will be not that much many contractors that may participate in the bidding if it will only be 500 million.
Okay. So you're saying you cannot begin at all with a mere 500 million.
It's very, very difficult. Yes,
So kung 500 million lang, tanggalin na lang? Ganun ba yun?
yes, sir. It's very, very difficult, Your Honor, to be very honest and frank.
Yes, I understand. The Senate is in the throes of trying to construct its own building, and until now we've had great difficulty. Thank you very much for the presence of Senators Robin Padilla as well as Senator Francis Tolentino, who presides over the Blue Ribbon but has honored us with his presence.
The break just
Thank you. Thank you very much for the great majority. And if there are any questions from my colleagues, please go ahead. Senator Coco, our minority leader, is also here. Perhaps he'd like to pose the questions, or we have here Senator Pimentel, our director for the overseas voting. I recall that you had some questions regarding overseas voting. 1.7 are actually registered. 1.7 million Filipinos are qualified and actually registered, but whereas an almost doubling of participation among the OFW was registered in last May's election, it is still a mere fraction of 683,000 who voted. Only 40% have voted. Increase na yon from the last time, pero maliit pa rin. So I think Senator Pimentel would like to inquire regarding
Yes,
that.
yes, tama po yun kasi of course we're looking at the expenses. Kumusta? Then how much are we spending for the overseas voting system? Kasi we can segregate the expenses, di ba? Kaya naman po natin ma-pinpoint yun eh. Sige po, para makita nga natin to generate 600,000 votes per participation, how much did you spend?
Thank you very much, Your Honors, Madam Chairperson. For 2022, we have, as correctly pointed out, 1.697 million voters. And the number of voters who actually voted was only 683,035. 40.24%. The actual expenses incurred, Your Honors, 475,867,389. What is the cost per voter based on the total number of registered voters? 280 pesos, 0.38. What is the cost per voter who actually voted? 696 pesos and 70 centavos. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. And if we now segregate the expenses for the sa national para makita natin, pero siyempre iba rin mas situation doon. But just to have that figure. So sa domestic election, how many voted, tapos yung total expenses natin, i-divide kaya natin. What figure do we arrive at?
Yes, Your Honor. All in all, for the automated election of 2022, for the total amount is actually 25 billion pesos. 12 billion allocated for 2021, 13 billion allocated for 2022. So the actual amount was actually 25 billion pesos. The total number of voters who actually voted was 84%, Your Honor, of 65 million Filipinos.
Comelec cannot come up with the total number of voters who actually voted to the last person.
Yeah, we
Kaya
can.
natin dapat yun because
Yes, Your Honor. Based on our computation, the per capita amount is 454 pesos.
okay.
Yes.
Yes, for 400, let's say 54 pesos per cast vote.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sige, okay. So at least makita, I mean that,
Yeah, Your Honor, may I respectfully correct?
It's-
Per registered voter.
per
Because
registered
the
voter, okay.
expenses is always based on the number of registered voters.
Yeah, I know, but if I will ask per cast vote, you cannot answer, kaya rin. It's just
Yes, we can.
changing
Yes,
the
sir, we can.
denominator. O sige, ano sagot sa on a per cast vote?
Second, Your Honor, just a second. We're just computing.
But it's good that you're also computing it that way pala. Meron din kayo mga on a per registered voter. So, pareho tayo ng approach. What did we use in the per registered voter cost? The 25 billion. That's what you used.
Sure.
25 billion. And the 65 million does not include the 1.6 million registered voters na sa overseas.
Yes, Your Honor,
Thank you.
that's correct.
Thank you. Very clear.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator Tolentino, if
with the
Senator
permission of Senator
Pimentel will
Pimentel.
allow.
On a related matter, Mr. Chairman, how would you categorize our seafarers?
Yeah, Your Honor, Your Honors, our seafarers are considered as overseas voters, Your Honor.
So if they are overseas voters, will they form in this part of a classification that the expenses cost per voter would be the same 280?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
And if they're indeed considered as overseas voters, are they part of the entire universe of the overseas voters? Because per my recollection, there are more than 2 million of them.
That is
2
correct, Your
million
Honor.
of them.
But however, most of them did not register in the overseas registration, Your Honor. So we only have 1.697 million voters for overseas.
No, the problem, Madam Chair, is that while they are not registered overseas, they are registered here in their home residence or barangays prior to their embarkation or deployment to a ship going to a port or what have you. So I am a little bit confused on whether they are really overseas voters or home-based voters. They are neither. They're in between because they registered here. They wait for a call coming from whoever is the shipper, and it's gonna be a 6-month duration overseas. So how do you expect them to vote in Rotterdam or in Norway or in Berlin or in Frankfurt when they are still in Bataan waiting for the release of their seaman's book and waiting for the eventual call to port for them to board their ships? So paano yung mga yun? Kawawa naman, 2 milyon.
So long as they are not registered, Your Honor, in the overseas voting, they're still considered as domestic voters and therefore included in the 65 million.
Do you operationalize their constitutional right to vote? Nasa laot, nasa barko, bababa sa barko, hindi alam ang butuhan, alam ang pagpumunta ng Rotterdam, ituturo sa The Hague, nandun ang embahada, pagdating sa The Hague, wala sa Book of Voters.
Your Honor, we
If
now...
I may, Chairman, I recall that there was an effort by Comelec to push for the vote anywhere concept. And I think Attorney Alarcon or Attorney Losada can tell us a little bit about it.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a vote anywhere scheme, and we implemented that in the 2022 elections. And unfortunately, Your Honor, we only have 19,544 seafarers registered for overseas voting. And so, if the Honorable Senator is saying almost 2 million seafarers, then the rest are considered as domestic voters already.
Madam Chair, I think we have to address this because once the EU requirements are complied with, dadami na naman yung seafarers natin. And take a look at this. If it is a Panamanian, Liberian registered ship, you might consider all those seafarers as in a foreign soil. But if there happens to be a Philippine flag-bearing ship, they're on Philippine soil. How can they be considered as overseas voters if the vessel is carrying the Filipino flag?
Then they will
Kahit
be...
nasa Singapore sila, pero ang sinasakyan nila ay barkong pandagat ng Pilipinas, international law would consider them as part of Philippine territory.
Sa
Yes,
ama ng Diyos, wala ng barkong Pilipino.
Wala na.
Nabenta ng lahat.
the port where these ships will be docked, Your Honor, and then therefore, if they are in Singapore, then they can be allowed to vote, provided that these seafarers are registered as overseas voters. So the problem really, Your Honor, is you are correct. You are correct, Your Honor, that we must allow them to vote even if they are still waiting to be deployed abroad. And that's the key. But they can still vote, Your Honor. They can still vote.
So what you're implying, Mr. Chairman, is that early voting would be an option for seafarers. Early voting, kasi alam naman nila when they will be deployed.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, our overseas voting is actually 30 days before the election. They're
So
given the entire...
early voting within Philippine soil. Kasi paalis sila eh. Saan ka mag-early voting? Sa abroad? Hindi ka nga registered dun eh.
We will be needing a law, Your Honor, to allow early voting.
Unless we continue this practice of disenfranchising millions of our seafarers, which is wrong. Which is wrong. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Pimentel.
Yes, in effect, ang request bale natin, Senator Tol, di ba? If they have an idea, please, kasi I think we need a law. You mean a bill, a draft of the said law. Yung vote anywhere po ninyo na nabanggit is only a subsystem of the overseas voting system.
That's right.
Yes, correct. Sige, dapat ganun lang kasi there's no. Sige, ano sagot natin po sa ano natin?
Pumoto lahat yung 65.
As far as the 65 million voters are concerned, the per capita is 390 pesos of the 25 billion. But because only 55 million voted, as compared to the 25 billion expenditure, that's 454 pesos per capita.
Yeah, 454 pesos is per cast vote.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so mali nga. So, okay, so for a registered voter, you have three, ano ulit yun, Chairman? Three,
For 65 million voters, if
Yes.
all of them will vote, 390 pesos.
390 pesos, okay. Okay, pero the Comelec can give us to the last person how many voted in the last national and local elections. Sige, can we get the figure?
It's, Your Honors, 55,290,821.
Okay. Kasi I'm sure dapat mabigay niyo to because in the party list system kailangan ito eh. So, in the party list system, do you report out the entire 55 how the 55,280,821 voters voted?
No, Your Honor. The basis of the party list votes is the number of voters who actually voted for the party list.
Correct. Okay, tama. Kasi iba doon mag-skip or considered abstain or naging invalid, more than one. Sige. So pero you have that figure. You report out that figure. You finish the 55,290,821 ballots. You count them all and then
Yes.
you finish it before you declare the winners of the party list system.
Yes, Your Honor. And we determine, Your Honor, how many voters of the 55 million voted for the party list.
Yes, automatic na ngayon yan. Sige. And then, kasi I'm looking for ways for the Republic of the Philippines to save money. Kasi alam mo naman ang sitwasyon natin ngayon. Tsaka pareho kaming pinanggalingan ng chairperson. Dugong Batak, Ilocos Norte kami. So, yung pong voters information sheet, relevant pa ba yan ngayong panahon na mayroon ng mga online resources? Ganun eh. Kasi ang reading ko rito, this is the analog system, printer, put the paper inside the envelopes, mail the envelopes, ganun pa. So, is this still relevant at this time, Mr. Chairman? And then, how much did we spend for this in the 2022 elections?
Yes, Your Honor, it's still relevant because not all Filipino voters have access to the internet to verify their status in our voters verification platform. So we are spending 5 pesos for the per voter for the printing of the voters information sheet.
But siyempre, isali na natin dyan ang for the printing is 5 pesos. Yung pang sending, how about the sending? Are we mailing this, delivering this?
No, Your Honor, the commission decided that instead of mailing, we decided to hire casual employees, casuals of the commission, and therefore they are the ones distributing the voters information sheet to each and every household.
So physical, Physical.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nagkaroon kayo ng mga mailman, women doon sa na yan. How much did you spend for this manpower?
34 million pesos, Your Honor. 34 million
Nationwide?
Pesos. Yes, Your Honor.
34 million. Okay.
Just for the information of the chairman, before you're appointed po, there's been an initiative from the previous chairman of electoral reform, our good minority leader today, Senator Pimentel, to get rid of the voters' information sheet and instead convert this to a more digitized version as well as physical versions placed in areas of public view, such as the barangay hall and schools and other possible precincts. So that was actually where we wanted to go, given that so many voters have informed the senators that they never received said voters' information sheet anyway.
Papunta, Madam Chairperson eh. Marami akong kausap na hindi natatanggap ito. So, do we audit this activity or this program, Mr. Chairman? And do we audit it? Do we conduct a survey as to Para meron man tayong idea because we're spending around 400 million para rito.
Yes, Your Honor. Definitely we audit it and we required our field personnel to submit. If my memory serves me right, out of the 17 regions, including the NCR, the 15 regions reported 100% distribution of the BIS. The two regions, NCR included, merely reported about 94% one, and the other one is the 95%, if I may recall, if I recall correctly, Your Honor.
Based on parang ano yan, signature sheet siguro? Ganun ba? May ganun?
Yes, Your Honor. They have to accept the
Okay, pero
the VIS.
based on unscientific naman to, informal unscientific survey, face-to-face with the people we encounter, other way around, 90% ang 90% ang hindi nakatanggap, o let us say na lang hindi maalala na natanggap nila ang voter information sheet. Pero kasi dapat ito makatanggap ka kasi ng ganitong communication from the Comelec, maalala mo kasi in-inform ka dapat saan ang presinto mo di ba? Saan ang presinto mo? Yeah, you never received that. I don't know, gusto ko sana, I'm tempted to conduct a raise your hands informal survey on the spot, pero wag na lang po. And then, meron po tayo, Mr. Chairman, pero hindi nyo ito panahon kasi siyempre bago lang naman halos lahat din kayo. Yung mga COA findings po natin, paano to? Kasama ba sa plano nyo, sa term nyo? How long is the term of the Comelec? Ilang years ba? 7 years. 7 years. Within your 7-year term, will you address all of these COA findings? Because these are not insignificant amounts. Ang lalaki po nito. I mean,
Well, in fact, Your Honor, the first priority of the present leadership is really accounting, liquidation, and on financial matters. In fact, Your Honor, again, you are correct. The COA said that there is about 600 million unliquidated cash advances of the Commission.
If I may, Mr. Chairman and our minority leader, it's way more than that po. The total unadjusted accounting errors amount to 13.179 billion.
Yes, Your
It's
Honor.
a whopping great sum, and it involves advances, receivables for suppliers, overpayment of overtime pay, LGU transfers, retention money, and so on. Napakalaki eh.
Yes, Your Honor. With all due respect, the one that I was mentioning was the COA findings. And for the 2022, for this year, Your Honor, because of the recently concluded election, indeed, the amount increased, as you correctly pointed out, simply because we are still in the process of requiring the submission of liquidation reports coming from the field personnel, Your Honor.
pero for example, ito nakita namin, yung notice natin of these allowances and suspensions in 2020, 24,990,789.66 centavos. 2021 daw, ending 2021, 1 year later, the same. So, ibig sabihin parang there was no effort man lamang from the Comelec leadership to address the COA concern. So, yun po yung point namin na, point ko, kunyari, next year, makita na naman tayo, kunyari, iti-table namin yung comparison na baka hindi gumagalaw po. At saka itong 13.179, matatandaan namin yung explanation mo ngayon, Chairman, kung next year, ganyan pa rin yung level, hindi, di ba? Hindi pala applicable yung explanation. So yun lang po yung tanong ko. Paano
Yes,
po
Your
ganon? How come hindi gumalaw?
Definitely, we will commit that when we will go back to you again by next year, we will be able to at least, if not to completely settle the entire 13 billion, to more or less to lower it to a level that is clearly acceptable not only to the Honorable Senate but to the public.
Ayaw namin ng nothing is, no amount is acceptable sa COA disallowance or irregular, bring it down to zero. Na talagang cleared kayo, you're spending in accordance with law and COA regulations. Dapat ganon.
Yes, Your Honor. We will do that, Your Honor.
Kasi sabi ko nga pinanggalingan namin, Chairman, Patak, Ilocos Norte, kahit siguro 100 pesos, papansinin namin. Ngayon ito pong vote buying. Kasi talaga namang marred by, anong tawag mo doon, widespread, alarming vote buying itong last election po natin. Yung time ni Sixto Brillantes ba yun as chairman? Di ba meron sila yung parang cash route. Well, alam natin, when I heard about it, sabi ko medyo unconstitutional to. Pero binigyan ko ng credit, at least that commission, we're using their imagination kung paano, how to address vote buying. But we have to do it siyempre the constitutional or legal way. But is vote buying, did you observe vote buying do you consider it as a taint to our electoral system, at it distorts or destroys electoral outcomes? And do we have plans to address vote buying?
Yes, Your Honor, you are absolutely correct. It's now the modern cancer of our democratic way of life. As far as the Commission on Elections is concerned, we need legislation. We need to amend Section 261A of the Omnibus Election Code on vote buying. It's a 1985 law, and therefore we need to amend that provision. We need to redefine vote buying. We need to include the new forms of vote buying, especially the new forms of vote buying where you can send cash, not necessarily face-to-face or physically. You can send cash using the cell phone or the modern way. And number two, we will definitely, with the kind help of Congress, push for a severe penalty, more severe penalty for vote buying. And lastly, Your Honor, we will be coordinating strongly. We have a task force contra Bigay, and we designated Commissioner Maceda.
But I think the task force is bound to operate under existing law. Kaya nga gusto ni Chairman ng Comelec baguhin yung parameters. May task force pa rin, siyempre, di ba? But parameters are, siguro ang inisip ko, how about the evidence which is acceptable in a vote buying charge, Mr. Chairman?
Tama po kayo, Your Honors. The problem is, it's a criminal case. In criminal cases, the evidence of guilt beyond reasonable doubt is the required.
It's the quantum.
The
Yun yung quantum. But the evidence that you can use to reach that quantum, baka by law, pwede siguro.
By law,
I think it's possible by law, no? Kaya nga itong ang sinasabi natin to amend,
Yes,
is it possible na by law? It's like yung sa Sandigan Bayan, di ba, sa malversation, inaudit ka, hindi mo ma-produce yung prima facie evidence of malversation. Parang ganon. So, if we can come up with such an idea, siguro incorporate na rin natin dito sa amendment to 261-A as
Yes, Your Honor.
mentioned by
We will do that. We will offer a draft.
Pag-isipan
amendment
natin mabuti.
to
Kasi
261.
as stated by the chairman, I agree. Cancer siya talaga. We should worry na metastasize ito, na pumalat na talaga. And it's now money determining the results of elections. Parehas din. Sabi ko may narco-politics, parehas din yun. Na bakit ba na-influence yung narco-politics? Dahil nga sa pera. So it's the same thing. So money, delikado tayo dyan. If it's payamanan na bago ka mananalo ng eleksyon, hindi na winning the hearts and minds of the people ito. This is pure capitalism na to, unmitigated, unabated, heartless capitalism. Pera na habol mo, mananalo ka pala. So anyway, yun yung worry ko kasi sa mga na natin to, sa mga anak at apo na natin po ito.
Yes,
Ngayon,
if I
pagdat-
may add,
yes, yes.
Senator Coco, I think that's a very good idea that not merely the quantum of evidence, which clearly is established given its criminal nature, but also the type of evidence that can be accepted, as in the Sandigan, where prima facie is established by many, many types of evidence. Siguro yun ang dapat gawin kasi napakahirap iprueba. At siguro i-compel natin yung PNP, yung LGU at iba pa para tumulong sa Comelec. Kasi hirap talaga ang Comelec dyan eh. At siguro, lagyan natin rin ng amyenda na talagang obligahin yung iba na tumulong kasi kung minsan umiiwas sila eh sa lokal, natatakot. Tapos yung Comelec ang tanging kontrabida at hindi naman pwedeng kumuha ng katibayan. So patulong na lang. This should be an all of government indeed effort.
And then yung last point na lang siguro at this particular time, Madam Chairperson, yung sa barangay nga natin na karagdagang hinihingi, naayos na po ba yun, Madam Chair? Na parang may nabasa yata ako na binabaan na yata ng Comelec from what amount to what amount, and then siguro ang tanong ko na lang, how come all of a sudden we can afford not to ask that amount? Para it reminds me of Napocor kahapon, hearing Madam Chair. Andito si Senator Robin Padilla eh.
At this juncture, I forgot I should recognize online Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
It reminds me of Napocor, hingi ng 1.2 billion in feasibility studies. Tapos kahapon, binabaan into 400 million. Okay lang sa kanila. So, they could make do without the 800 million. So, what kind of budgeting process is that? Oh, and then if over the years natin ginagawa yan, they all contributed to the bottom line na inutang natin. So they all contributed to the utang na babayaran natin ngayon on a following our style na chairman na on a per capita basis, ang utang natin ngayon mga 115,000 pesos na per Pilipino. Oh. So, yun yung ginagawa natin kanina. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honors, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the subcommittee. We were able to reduce the amount that we'll be needing for the Barangay and SK election. We will be needing additional 2.765 billion pesos instead of the original 10 billion pesos that we proposed. However, we will have to stick to the previous honoraria that are being received by our electoral board members, 6,000, 5,000, 4,000, plus 1,000 pesos transportation allowance.
Okay, so because you were trying to match it with the honorarium received in the national and local elections. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Where they serviced clustered precincts
Yes, Your Honor.
in an automation assistance. Okay, yan. Ano? But
Yes,
in
sir,
the barangay, it will be manual. But are we back to the basic precinct of around 200 na per law? Ano na bang ano ngayon? How large? Di ba our entire electorate is ang basic unit natin is the precinct according to the Omnibus Election Code. Same pa ba ang number yan? It's 200 or binago ninyo by resolution?
Your Honor,
Yeah.
for purposes supposedly of the December 5, 2022 elections, 400 voters per precinct. But in order for us to be able to save money and ask only for this amount of 2.7, it will be 600 voters per precinct. For the automated national and local election, one clustered precinct, the average was 800 voters per precinct.
So this will still be clustered precincts. Tama, na-maintain pa ba rin natin yun na the basic division of all the electorate is a precinct?
Yes, Your
And how many voters per precinct? 200 pa rin. That's the old law. Okay, so ganon. So okay, so kung 600 ka, it's still a clustered precincts. So tatlo lang, basically three precincts clustered into one.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay, pero manual naman ito. So iba rin, no? So doon sa NLE, automated elections, mas maraming voters but you're assisted by a machine. This time, mas kukonti ng konti, yun yung clarification na nakuha ko, mas kukonti lang ng konti, actually, but you're doing it manually, no assistance of machines, di ba?
And voting duration, Your Honor. This time it's 7 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Shorter.
Only
Shorter.
for the manual election.
Yes, shorter.
Yes.
Okay, but you will have you spend time sa tallying, di ba? Okay, sige. Okay, tally. Okay, so I see why you tried to match it with the honorarium of those who served in the national and local elections. Pero yun na nga, we have to face reality rin, and then we do not want the cost of our elections to be runaway costs na rin kasi we do not want we do not want the cost of elections to be the reason why we cannot hold elections. Kaya we have to really, kaya dapat nandiyan din mga Comelec, if you are not Ilocanos, think like one, mag-ano rin po tayo, yung talagang, ano bang tawag po na, penny pinching bang tawag dyan, talagang,
Maingat, hindi ko rin.
lahat ng,
Masino.
masinop, lahat po ng expense i-review natin. And then, siguro explain na lang din natin na, siyempre, reality rin. Tapos, I would like to thank the Comelec for sending me a report on the expenditure from your trust fund accounts. Meron kayong summary of disbursements eh.
Senator Pimentel, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
may ihihirit lang ako dun sa budget of the barangay and SK election. I just have concerns na yung 18 to 30 can register, di ba, for both SK and barangay elections. My concern is that there's a level of double counting. Kasi actually, yung sinasabing mai-increasean, yung 15 to 17 years old. So they're already included in the 69 million. Kung tutuusin, yung 18 to 30 are included in the 69 million. Ang idadagdag lang yung 15 to 17. So, ang pagkabilang ninyo, yung entire 18 to 30, hindi ba double counting yon? Huwag ninyo ako papagalitan na chinachani ko na naman yung budget ninyo, ha? Pero sa totoo lang, yung 29.9 million that you indicated as registered voters for the SK elections, are they only those who are 15 to 17? I don't think so. They're the ones from 15 to 30. Nagdodoble tayo dun sa pangkat na 18 to 30, hindi po ba?
Yeah, we will seriously consider that, Your Honor. Whenever we will recompute and we will be arriving at the final figure, Your Honor.
Yes, we just want to make sure that we're not double counting. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, clarify din natin. Basta 18 years old ka na hanggang 30,
Regular.
dalawang, you vote in two
Yes, sir.
in two
Two
elections.
elections.
Yeah. Oo, you're qualified pala. You're qualified to vote in two elections. So pagdating po rito, balik ako ma'am sa aking siguro sa last point na to, summary of disbursements sa trust account. You gave me your expenses. Pero meron ba tong mga running balance or remaining balances yung mga trust accounts po ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much po?
What we have given to you was as of May.
Pero expenses po ito eh. So you have money with you, right? Over the years accumulated ng Comelec.
Yes, Your Honor. We have in our trust account the money coming from collection from the filing fees, from the cash deposit from the election protest cases, the money coming from the deposit from those who wanted to conduct plebiscites, the LGUs, or money coming from the decryption of and printing of ballot images, the medical and death claims, the bid documents. We are requiring them to make a deposit on bid documents and pay, and the cash bond, Your Honor. So these are the totality, and therefore there's still remaining amount as far as these accounts are concerned, Your Honor.
Yes. Can we know the amount?
Yes, Your Honor. All we submitted, Your Honor. All in all, the cash balance per book is 433,109,093.
If the budget given by the national government to the Comelec is not fully expended, di may savings kayo, it remains with you, right? Right, Chairman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
over the years,
Continuing
meron din
appropriation.
kayong savings.
Yes, Your
How
Honor.
much is the savings? Separate ito sa trust,
Yes, Your
sa
Honor.
balance sa sinabi niyo po.
Yes,
Yes.
if the minority leader will allow me, unang-una, sana hiwalayan natin yung trust receipts at ito ay puro disbursement. Nakakalito yung accounting ninyo. Pwede bang hiwalayin yan for orderly bookkeeping? Hindi ako nagtuturo pero nahirapan lang kami magbasa. At kasi puro receipts to hindi parang baliktad, puro receipt, walang disbursement. So yung trust accounts, hindi natin mahiwalay sa iba't iba pang off-budget katulad ng savings at iba pa. Sana.
Na lang, sige, instead na testimony in writing na lang.
Oo,
para mas,
yeah, in
para mas
writing na lang.
organized.
At saka meron lang isang tumataginting na halaga na narito, 490 million for Typhoon Yolanda.
1,000 po ito.
Ay, sorry.
1,000.
Yes, there's an expenditure here for, yes, there are strange Typhoon Yolanda assistance of 60, 30, 490. 2013 pa yung Yolanda, 2022 na po tayo.
I was informed, Your Honor, that it was already fully released. But we'll submit likewise to the subcommittee
Ganda nga pala.
a report on that, Your Honor.
Oo nga, no. Tama po, tama po. Akala ko, pagbasa ko kasi, akala ko parang general assistance to typhoon victims. Pero Yolanda nga, ito very specific. So, ganun na lang po. Ang gusto ko sabihin, yung balance, yung running balance, because we know that Comelec has money. But you have to tell us how much you still have. Para, siyempre, and then ang next question ko if you have money from your savings of accumulated over the past years, do you have the autonomy, discretion to spend this amount for your building?
Your Honor, with all due respect, the savings that we have should only be spent for the conduct of special elections, conduct of initiatives, referendum, and even the conduct of recall. As far as our proposal for recall is concerned, we were only asking for 11 million. We were only given by DBM 11 million. But if there are several petitions filed before the Comelec and will be granted, for example, for recall, 11 million may not be enough, and that will be taken in our savings. Now, Your Honor, special election, for example, in the case of the province of Cavite, it will have to be taken from our savings, Your Honor.
Can you reveal now the balance of your savings?
I have no.
But
Yeah, I'm
in
going to
writing-
submit,
in
Your
writing na lang. So, kung nga, pagdating nga dun sa, napatanong din ako sa sarili ko, for the special elections in the district in Cavite where Justice Secretary Rimulya was elected, do we need a law to call for that special election?
No, Your Honor. Only a certification from Congress that a House resolution which says that there is a vacancy.
The
for
House concerned.
Yes,
Bale?
we already received,
Okay,
Your Honor, the resolution.
what's the why do we have that position? Bakit? Why don't we need a law? Akala ko sabi ng ating constitution, no money shall be spent from the public treasury unless authorized by law.
Because it's in the law by itself.
So that we kasi medyo napaisip lang doon na. I-note nyo nga, tignan. Double check na lang natin.
I think
Sige
it's
po, we'll be-
the Succession Law, Republic Act 6646, Your Honor.
6646.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kaya there must have been a legal basis to do this. It comes from the House affected, no?
Yes,
by the
sir.
vacancy. Okay. Pero sa Senate, impossible yata kami magpapta kasi national election yun.
Yeah, no, I was just going to add that I am not familiar with any limitation on the use of savings. And to my mind, and I can share this with Senator Pimentel, on record for 2020, there's 220 million. On record for 2021, you have 763 million. And I'm not counting the 2022 expenditures that are in the process of being liquidated. So may pera pa.
Yes, Your Honor. The 1.5 billion for 2020 and 2021 is part of the continuing, and we are still we are still in the process of determining which particular items are to be paid and until final discontinuance. And for the 2022, Your Honor, we have 484 million 884,000, but there's still we will be paying certain items like the printing of the ballots, like the reverse logistics.
Sige. Like Senator Pimentel said, hihingi na lang kami ng papel, pero we have ballpark figures already
Yes, Your Honor.
submitted. So those are the ones we're working on, and I don't think they're limited to recall. These are your savings.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hiwalay pa dyan yung trust receipts. So kailangan siguro ipaghiwalay natin para maayos yung kwenta.
Yes, Your Honor.
At,
We will do that, Your Honor.
Yes, if that's okay, Senator Tolentino.
A different matter, Madam Chair.
Is that all regarding the off-budget items po?
I'm done, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minority.
Thank you to the Comelec. Thank you.
Yes, we'll await your submissions as requested. And Senator Tol.
Different matter before I transfer back to the Blue Ribbon hearing, which is still a work in progress. And this is something to do with one of the advocacies of Senator Aimee, something to do with the rule-making power of a constitutional body such as the Commission on Elections. And we foresee that sans an amendment, the Commission has broad powers to really implement the congressional intent relative to TV advertisements. It would appear that during an election season, there would be two rates. The real rate, the rate before the campaign, the rate during the campaign, and a different rate being imposed because of internal computations being done by networks, sans without oversight coming from a constitutional body. So the feeling of some of our colleagues, especially Senator Marcos, is that the Commission on Elections has vast powers to really rein in the sometimes unrestrained powers, corporate powers, during an election season. So I think Senator Marcos has more to say, but there is no need for an amendatory law because there was a Supreme Court decision before concerning this. So siya na lang ang magpapaliwanag kasi baka mag-alisan yung mga witness ko dun sa Blue Ribbon. Ako na lang ang maiwan doon. So I have to wrap this up. So maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. And thank you for the commissioners as well. I support their budget, but without prejudice to further questions concerning the rights of our seafarers not to be disenfranchised. They have been disenfranchised ever since the start. They're not part of the overseas voting. Sorry to say. They're not part of the domestic voting. So ano sila? 'Di ba? Nasa dagat na lang sila. Floating. Maraming salamat po for your attention.
Thank you so much, Senator Tolentino, for providing quorum as well as bringing to mind this very important question of TV ads and paid advertising for those of us who are seeking re-election. So, thank you so much. Ang sense kasi ng maraming senador, na-delay yung IRR na hindi na napakinabangan yung batas nung 2019 to, tapos 2022, certain stations were very hesitant to comply, finding all sorts of excuses, given that they said there were certain vague provisions. Siguro maisasaayos na natin to sa lalong madaling panahon. Ikatlong eleksyon na to na covered nitong reduced paid advertising para sa mga kandidato. Kasi it's in the nature of a public service to know your candidate. Thank you. With that, Chairman Garcia, it appears that there are no further questions, even from the senators who are online. Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Bongo, if there are any further questions, we herewith endorse to the Mother Committee of Finance the Commission on Elections budget here at
Madam
the
Chair, Madam
Subcommittee
Chair.
I. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Sorry, sino yon?
Ako po yun.
Ay, saan ka na, Jinggoy? Hindi kita makita, wala ka sa picture. Pasensya.
I do have some questions
Oh, okay.
for
Okay,
the
I
chairman.
think they're all here. Oh, there
If
we
I may
are.
be
Hi,
allowed.
Jinggoy. Thank you. Pulang-pula po tayo. Okay.
Siyempre, Marcos. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning. Ano oras na po dyan? 1 o'clock. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, Chairman George.
Good afternoon, Your
Can you
Honor.
hear me?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Since the postponement of the barangay and SK election was signed only last October 10 by the President, what plan of action has the Comelec been doing, and what preparations the agency will be undertaking to prepare for the next year's election? How will the postponement affect the preparations or activities being conducted by the Comelec?
Your Honor, inasmuch as this representation would like to extensively answer your question. However, Your Honor, there will be an oral argument tomorrow at the Supreme Court pertaining and referring particularly to the postponement of the barangay and SK election, and definitely that particular question or issue will be raised. As far as the Comelec is concerned, we prepared fully, but as of October 10, 2022, we slowed down the preparation because of the law assigned by the President, Your Honor. And so, if we will be asked the question, if we are ready to hold the election by December 5, we will say that there is no material time on the part of the Commission to proceed with the election by December 5. And so, we will proceed with the procurement later. We will proceed with the printing of the ballots later, and such other activities, Your Honor, in relation to October 2023 elections.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, one more question, no? With regard to the overseas voters, you mentioned earlier that there are 1.6 million registered overseas voters. Am I correct?
You are correct, Your Honor.
Saan po ang bulk niyan? Is it in the USA, in Dubai, or Saudi, Singapore, Hong Kong? Saan po yung pinakamaraming registered overseas voters?
Middle Eastern countries, Your Honor, and Saudi, and in Asia, more particularly in Singapore, Hong Kong, Your Honor.
What about in the United States?
Only a small amount, Your Honor, but I'm going to immediately give to you the exact figure, Your Honor. But definitely, it's only in Asia and in the Middle East that has the largest contingent of voters for our overseas voters.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just please submit it to the committee? The breakdown of all registered voters around the world.
Yes,
Overseas
Your Honor, we will
voters
do that.
around the world.
Your Honor, in US, 306,000 voters.
306,000 registered voters in the United States.
Yes,
Where
Your North
in
and
particular?
South America.
Yeah, in Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York.
We will submit the breakdown, Your Honor. We will submit the
Correct.
breakdown to the subcommittee, Your Honor, and to your office, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, I second the motion, Madam Chair, to submit the budget of the COMELEC to the plenary.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Senator Jinggoy, for both providing quorum as well as endorsing to the Mother Committee. Maraming salamat sa mga pulang-pula. Thank you po. And tuloy-tuloy na natin to sa plenaryo. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Comelec. Sorry about calling you for a second time. Medyo ngarag kasi kami rito at naghahabol ng budget. Thank you to all.
Very much, Your Honor.
to everyone. We start with the Philippine Competition Commission. So let's start with the group. I believe that you have a PowerPoint and the committee is in receipt. So committee secretary, please recognize those who are here. In the meantime, I see that online is my colleague in the Senate, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Thank you. Okay, Beth, please recognize our.
Senator, for the budget briefing of the Philippine Competition Commission, we have the officer in charge of the Office of the Chairperson, Attorney Johannes Benjamin R. Bernabe. For the Executive Director, Kenneth V. Tannate. The Director for the Finance Planning and Management Office, Attorney Joseph Melvin Basas. The Head Executive Assistant, Maria Liana R. Oliveros. Director for Mergers and Acquisitions Office, Attorney Cristal T. Uy. The OIC of the CEO Monitoring and Investigation Division, Attorney Marco Carlo S. Sana. The Division Chief for the FPMO Budget Division, Mr. Bernard Tinonas. And online, we are joined by Supervising Administrative Officer, Lynette Laudentia, and Executive Assistant 3, John Hubert R. Guamos. That's all, Senator.
Yes, thank you very much. Being that we're already in receipt of your PowerPoint, if you don't mind to cut the proceedings and go direct to the questions, unless the OIC chairperson has an opening statement, we would like to begin.
We don't have any opening statement, Madam Chair.
All right. Yes, I think it's fully covered by your PowerPoint and further submissions. So perhaps the only thing that I'd like to inquire about would be the status of the implementation of two of your foreign assisted projects. Firstly, the capacity building to foster competition. I think this is an ADB project. Is that correct? Can you
That's-
tell us a little about it
Yes.
and maybe urge that you submit an updated report regarding the same, but just a short one. In the meantime, can you tell us something about it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The foreign assisted project from ADB that you are referring to is a capacity building to foster competition in the country. It has three pillars. One is institutional capacity building. The second one is building the capacity of other government institutions who have competition-related mandates. And the third relates to the establishment of a center for excellence for competition under the auspices of the University of the Philippines Law Center, where we have established together with them a competition law and policy program. The first two pillars relate really to providing the kind of enhancement of educational credentials, background, training abilities for those who are engaged in merger review, economic analysis, and investigation. So that has been ongoing, Madam Chair, and we are pleased to note that insofar as the second pillar is concerned, that has also been expanded to other agencies in government, including the Office of the Solicitor General, which defends the cases of the PCC. So they have to have a solid grounding on competition law as well. Secondly, the DOJ, Office for Competition, which is in charge of the criminal prosecution of criminal aspects of cartel behavior, as well as NEDA and now DTI. So those are ongoing. The one which is being ramped up now is the partnership with the UP Law Center on the Competition Law and Policy Program. It has been a little bit withheld from as much progress as we wanted because of the pandemic, but please be assured, Madam Chair and the members of this subcommittee, that we are proceeding to implement those with reasonable haste.
Yes, thank you very much. I enjoin everyone to please keep quiet. We are eagerly awaiting the report of the chairperson. So if we could please maintain silence in the back, in the front, and elsewhere. Thank you very much for that. I understand that the DBM issued a forward obligational authority for 7 years. How far along are we, given that the pandemic took the better part of 2 years? Malayo pa ba?
We still have until 2025 to implement that capacity building project. We are now in year 3 of that.
That's right, but we start 2023 very shortly.
Yes. The issues there really related to the ability to implement the project during the pandemic. But now that we are returning to the new normal, or the way
Yes.
that we could implement this project, we foresee that we will be able to catch up on those pillars that were not fully implemented within the first 2 years.
Okay, there's no capital outlay involved in the setting up of the mergers and acquisition and other competition concerns at the UP law.
Insofar as the ADB project is concerned, it is really more of operational expenses.
So wala namang idadagdag sa UP law, pero masikip na ron ah.
They assured us that they have space, and it's really a matter of engaging human resources to help in implementation of the project, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. We can proceed to the case processing capacity that COICA has been endowing. Can you tell us a little bit about it? I know that there's a grant, and that's about a little bit over $5 million. And
Yes.
The PCC has a counterpart, or it derives it from your own operational budget?
This is something that had to be cleared by DOF insofar as the counterpart proposal or counterpart component is concerned. It's actually in the amount of 54,799,000, Madam Chair. And as you rightly pointed out, this relates to the case management system of particularly our enforcement office, and to a certain extent, the mergers and acquisitions office as well, but really primarily with our enforcement. And this is necessitated by the increasing trajectory we have in investigating cartels and abuse of dominance. It happens that the documents that we are able to gather from investigating have become very voluminous. There's a need to systematize this. There's also a need to be able to tap pre-existing data that we have been able to cull from previous investigations, and which are going to be useful for follow-on work. And therefore, there's a need to be able to manage this so that simple tagging of certain words would allow us to already get the data that pertains to that kind of activity, Madam Chair.
Yes, so if you're still awaiting the DOF, are you saying that you haven't started this project at all, or it's actually in operation already?
It will start in 2023, Madam
So
Chair.
hindi pa naumpisahan?
Hindi pa.
Okay, because we were under the impression na naumpisahan na. So hindi pa naumpisahan, have you derived that DOF clearance that you
Yes.
required?
Yes, we have.
Meron na?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So when you'll be ready to start, January 1 of 2023?
That is correct, Madam Chair. We have also gotten the imprimatur of the DBM as well as NEDA.
So
For the-
so COICA is happy, and you have complete documentation from DOF and DBM to start.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes,
Having said that, of course, there have been inroads already made in digitizing and expediting our caseloads, even in the CA, as you are well aware. And I am certain the other courts also have best practices that they can share to speed up the process so that this project is not further delayed. Your workforce is 276, of which 40% are permanent. Is that correct? No, 60% are permanent. 40% are fixed term, coterminous, contract, job order. Is this because of unfilled positions, or simply because this is the way it is intended to be?
We would, of course, prefer.
You have a very large contingent of non-permanent. Bakit?
Yes. We would, of course, prefer that all of the positions are filled up in the plantilla. But however, Madam Chair, some of those positions that are under job contract are pertaining to maintenance services. Admittedly, there are some of those who also are investigators, Madam Chair, because it is hard to engage them on the
But you have no
basis.
intelligence fund.
We don't have any apart from what you had generously provided us in 2020, Madam Chair. But last year we didn't have any, and this year, unfortunately, while we would want to have intelligence funds, we don't have any in our budget.
Yes, which brings me to the next topic. The real elephant in the room when it comes to PCC is the constant reports of anti-competitive hoarding practices and other exploitative abuses in the agricultural and trading sector. These alleged man-made shortages in garlic, onion, sugar, and the rest are rife in the media and also in many inspections conducted by both the Field Operations Office of the DA as well as the BOC. What actions has the PCC taken to investigate these allegations? Because it appears that you're far more active in the telecoms and other sectors and not so present in agriculture where there really is rampant uncompetitive behavior.
Madam Chair, we actually have at least two investigations going on in the food and agriculture business. One relates to abuse of dominance in palay trading. We are well aware that in certain provinces or geographical districts, certain traders or millers are dominant within that area. There are no alternatives for farmers to sell their produce to. And we have identified at least two or three of those areas where the investigation is now reaching its conclusion preparatory to possible filing of charges.
Matagal na yan eh. Kailan lalabas yung conclusion, please?
Our enforcement office, Madam Chair, is the one in charge of it. If I may refer the question to Attorney Sana, because the commission itself does not run the investigation. We adjudicate on the basis of the complaint that they would file before us.
Right, Attorney Sana, you're recognized.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair. For one of the regions identified with respect to the investigation on abuse of dominance in palay trading, the conclusion is set the conclusion of the investigation will be done by the end of this year, particularly by the end of this month, Madam Chair, the investigation will be concluded.
Yes, the end of this month, so we can look forward to it before plenary, is that correct? The reason why I enjoin you that you speed this up is because inevitably the agricultural constituency will demand this report shortly, and the question may arise at plenary beginning November 7. So if you could provide it before then, or even a draft, or perhaps a brief, or some kind of list of salient points, I'd be very grateful.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll provide a brief for the investigation that will be concluded.
Yes, you don't need to give me all the hairy details, but if you could just give me a notion of what your findings are and the proposed ways forward. The other question would be the update on the one-year moratorium provided by Bayanihan 2 to PCC. Could you tell us a little bit about the results, the effectivity, the use of said provision, given that all hearings in this chamber are conducted in aid of legislation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The moratorium that existed for 1 year pertained to our power to conduct motu proprio review of transactions. So that was effective from October 2020 to October 2021, or September rather. Now, there was another period of 2 years during which Bayanihan 2 required that the threshold for notification of transactions be increased to 50 billion pesos.
Yes, that's correct. I was going to go there. Yes, threshold of transactions. That's
Yes.
right.
So what it has resulted in is that in the period 2021, we only had 4 transactions that breached the 50 billion threshold and were therefore subjected to review by the Commission. And for 2022, there were only 2 transactions that qualified for the 50 billion plus. So over the 2-year period, there were only 6 total transactions that could be reviewed under the revised threshold set by Bayanihan 2. For the motu proprio review powers of the Commission, we were going to exercise that with respect to the recent proposed transaction between ABS-CBN and TV5. The recommendation from our Mergers and Acquisitions Office was to open a motu proprio review. However, that was overtaken by events, i.e. the withdrawal of the transaction by the parties involved.
Yes, but withdrawn, that's correct. So it never went forward. That being the case, since only 6 transactions were covered by the 5 billion threshold, to your mind, should the threshold have been lower?
Definitely,
I
Madam
mean,
Chair.
clearly, this was a hindrance rather than an encouragement.
Yes, Madam Chair, because several factors. One is we do not see that the investments actually increased over that period of time that the 50 billion peso threshold was put in place. So the premise that our review powers was constraining business expansion was
Right.
shown to be not proven by evidence. The second point, Madam Chair, is that with this 50 billion threshold, it is possible that there were several transactions which fell below that threshold and which went unchecked. And we all know that these transactions can now not be subject of review, or even if we exercise our motu proprio review power, it would be destabilizing to the business community because then you will be unscrambling transactions which have already happened. And if I may just add, as a last point, Madam Chair, the OECD just recently concluded
Yes.
its mini peer review of our merger review system, including the notification thresholds. And they came up with the finding that indeed the 50 billion peso threshold was probably not something that is sustainable. Of course, they would definitely refrain from making any
Of
judgment on
course.
that.
But in fact, the Bayanihan 2 has lapsed, di ba?
Yes, so now we have gone
So
back.
now you can go back to regular operations
Yes.
without the 50 billion threshold.
That's correct, Madam Chair. And we have recalibrated the thresholds to 6.1 billion pesos for the size of
Why
party
is it such an odd number?
because it is based on the growth of the GDP from
I
year
see.
to year.
Okay. So that's pegged to that's indexed to GDP.
Yes, the growth rate of the GDP from year to year.
Okay. So that's optimistic. Given the deteriorating economic situation internationally and the impact on us locally, that is optimistic. And perhaps what I could ask you, in the event there's another state of emergency and such measures as bayanihan are revived, perhaps you could give us a brief as to the position of the PCC for more effective emergency provisions. I was very much against the 50 billion. I knew for a fact at the outset that it would prohibit almost all transactions and investigations. So I was very much against it. I wondered what you, since you're implementing and enforcing the law, thought, and we could take into consideration your recommendations. We hope, of course, that another round of emergency measures will not be necessary, but should they be, we should be ready. So sana makahingi kahit konting recommendation sa inyo at yung 6.1 billion, yan bang sinasabi ninyo kahit emergency?
Madam Chair, the 6.1 billion is a provisional threshold. In March, we could adjust it depending on the contours of the GDP and how the economy is expanding or contracting. And the other threshold, if I
Many
may,
of my colleagues will probably be not happy to delegate to you the authority of adjusting. So if we had to put a number at some point, maybe you can give a spectrum in the event that we do have to do it. I'm not being a doomsayer. I'm just saying I want to be ready.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will provide you those set of recommendations, including the range within which we can work with. And also, if you will allow us to share with you a copy of the OECD peer review of the
Yes, that would
merger
be a
regime.
useful attachment. Thank you very much. I think the last question would be, uh, in the wake of the pandemic, the position of some of our banks has been weakened by non-performing loans, resulting in mergers. Already, BPI and Robinson have announced their merger. What is the forecast of the PCC on further mergers and this declining position?
The thresholds under the law will have to be respected insofar as notification at least is concerned. Insofar as the substantive aspects of whether or not this will cause a deleterious effect on competition in the market, that will have to be assessed on a case-to-case basis, depending on the market share of the entities involved. I know that the BSP has recommended consolidation, particularly of the smaller rural banks, and we have in fact come up with a procedure together with the BSP and other agencies involved to fast track the review of these transactions so that we don't get in the way of their expeditious consolidation.
Are you saying you have a MOA with the BSP? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So
Madam
you're
Chair.
aiding them in the implementation of these consolidation.
We are conducting the reviews in a parallel manner, in an
I see.
expeditious manner, Madam Chair, so that we don't also come up with contrary findings as to the wisdom of those consolidations.
Yes. When did this agreement take place?
The BSP MOU was executed, I think, in 2016 or 2017,
Tagal
Madam
na.
Chair. Yes, and then um,
So have any of the small rural banks taken up this offer? Ang tagal na pala, 2016. This is not post-pandemic. I was thinking post-pandemic.
post-pandemic, Madam Chair, there was the memorandum I was referring to. It's not the MOA between us, but
Oh.
the procedure that sets out the expedited process by which we can review these
I see.
mergers. So that was, I think, in 2020. Yes.
There's a MOA so there's a MOU. There's a memo circular in 2016. I'm really interested in post-pandemic relief.
Okay.
So parang these are all before COVID.
Yes, Madam Chair. The arrangements with the BSP were pre-pandemic. So
Yes.
post-pandemic, we have not had any chance to come up with the revised set.
Has there been any perceived need to embark on more mergers and acquisitions during this period?
I would imagine that that is a decision
Kasi
that
nga yung BPI at saka Robinson Bank, di ba? Na-anunsyo na yung merger. Sa
Yes.
palagay ba ninyo, tuloy-tuloy ito o hindi?
it may be the case, Madam Chair, that not only the bigger banks, but also with the smaller rural banks. For instance, even now, there's already word that from an online digitized economy basis, PesoNet and InstaPay are also joining forces. So it's not only insofar as the brick and mortar banks, but also the platforms for conducting online transactions are being consolidated.
I suppose what I wanted to hear was your prognosis on what will occur and what possible steps could be undertaken to expedite and make certain that these mergers do not result in anti-competitive behavior.
Madam Chair, the rules that I cited earlier that we have in place with the BSP will allow us to expedite that and to make a determination and ensure that there's no anti-competitive impact on the market.
Yes, I understand, but you do not anticipate a stampede of mergers and acquisitions, so okay na yung dating meron?
If there will be, Madam Chair, they may fall below the 6 billion peso threshold insofar particularly as the thrift banks and rural banks are concerned.
Okay.
If it's the larger banks, well, that
Yes,
could also
but
happen.
the BPI Robinson, I'm certain, is much more than that.
Yes, yes. It met the threshold for notification, Madam Chair.
Yes, and also the TV5 ABS for sure. So I think these mergers are in the offing. So we would like to hear from the PCC that you're ready for them and not merely reliant on arrangements that were set up pre-pandemic in 2016 and 2020.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can assure the body that we are ready to conduct the necessary merger review to ensure that there's no substantial lessening of competition in the market. And just as data, Madam Chair, in the previous years prior to the pandemic, we had been reviewing anywhere from 67 per year to in 2019, I think it was 35. So we are used to having something like 3 mergers being reviewed by our staff every month. So we have developed the capacity, the capability for that. Although the slight downside is because the SSL implementation has caught up with our salaries in the PCC. We are
Yes, they've
beginning
caught
to
up with
lose.
everyone. Yeah.
We're beginning to lose good staff to other agencies and even to the private sector, of course.
Yes, and to worsen the situation, I think you're one of the agencies that's suffering a reduction of budget as submitted by the DBM.
That is true, Madam Chair. The the upside of that is a lot of it also was caused by our operating offices requesting for less money. But I think
What do you mean by that? Why would they request for less money?
because we have become more efficient in our operations. The downside, though, is that we were hoping that we would get increases in our salary compensation for our permanent staff, but that is still pending with the Office of the President as we speak, Madam Chair.
I see. And is that the reason for the unoccupied items?
Well-
Or occupied items, but merely by casual JO and contractual employees?
Partly, Madam Chair, that is correct because many of the positions could not attract the required quality of lawyers and economists, for instance, because we lose them to other agencies or the private sector even.
Thank you. I cannot recall. Can you help me here? Maybe your finance can remind us. In 2020, how much Intel funding was provided?
5 million, Madam
5
Chair.
million, yes. It's just a small amount, but did it help?
It was the pandemic, so we could not actually use it for the investigators to go on the ground.
So
but-
what happened to the money? Did the money revert to the
Yeah.
treasury?
Yes, but we can assure you, Madam Chair, that if we are given that amount in 2023, we can use it in a very effective and efficient manner.
Yes, I was going to move that, in fact, we provide Intel support and urge the commission to focus on agricultural cartels, syndicates, and the other alleged anti-competitive behavior, given the crying need for relief in the midst of so many food shortages as well as spiraling food prices. Sana tumuto kayo doon and we will consider and recommend another round of Intel funds, even if they're very small at this point, whatever we can afford should be devoted to providing food for our people at an expensive and reliable rate. So, in addition to that, what would be your priority? Should we be able to restore at least some of your budget?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, for the suggestion to reinsert a modest amount for our intelligence funds. That will be useful, particularly as we also now have a MOA with NBI, which will allow us to pursue investigations more aggressively. Apart from
But
that,
we would like this to be dedicated to agriculture.
yes, Madam Chair, we
Because
will
the
comply with that.
issues of smuggling, cartelization, and other manipulation have become paramount, not only in the newspapers, but more importantly in the hearts and minds of Filipinos.
We will do that, Madam Chair. We will comply. And if we may mention,
Yes.
in response to your suggestion for other capital outlay that we may need, The
I
DBM,
didn't say capital. I just said what would be your other priority
Right.
because the other issue was your personnel and the SSL that is required by law.
yes. Well, the other issue that we would like to raise is with regard to capital outlay for computers.
Okay.
That was removed by DBM. It's a small amount. It's only 3.5 million pesos.
Okay.
So if we could respectfully request that it be reinserted because
Okay.
our computers are also more than 5 years old and we need to keep up.
Okay. All right.
Exempted sila sa SSL.
Yes. I was just told now that you are in fact exempted from the SSL.
Yes, we are, Madam Chair, exempted from the SSL. What I was referring to earlier is because of the fourth tranche of implementation of SSL, the salaries of other government agencies have already caught up with our premium that we had at the start of the PCC. So rather than joining the PCC now, others would
Yeah, they
go
go to
to
other
other
offices.
agencies where there's
Kasi
less
pareho
risk to
na rin.
life.
Oo. There's no advantage to being the PCC anymore. There's no premium.
Exactly.
And it's potentially dangerous.
Yes, we also have to worry constantly about our investigators being exposed to dangers to life and limb. And it's just the fact that when we go up,
Pag ganun yung NBI, yung mga investigador ng NBI, may premium rin ba?
I'm not sure, Madam.
No, the reason being, if it exists in other investigative offices, I believe you could justify it for yours.
Oh.
Anyway, can you find out? I'll
Yes.
also ask the NBI.
We will do that,
In
Madam
which
Chair.
case, you should be patterned very closely after them because your job is not so different. And like you said, you already have an extant MOA in any case.
Yes, we will do that, Madam Chair.
Okay, that being the case, I have no further questions unless you would like to add anything on the part of our directors who are here, on the other members of the commission, the executive director. I have no further questions, but if you'd like to say something about your budget, you've already made an appeal for an additional capital outlay of 3.5 million, which doesn't seem to be a very generous amount, but yes, it was deleted nevertheless. May dadagdag pa kayo?
That's fine.
Oh, that being the case, I will endorse. From Subcommittee I, the budget of the Philippine Competition Commission to the Mother Committee of Finance and thereafter to plenary hearing. Thank you. I think you're ready for a committee report. Thank you
Thank you
very
very much, Madam Chair.
And please comply with the submissions required. They don't need to be very lengthy. I just need to have them on hand in plenary.
We will do so, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we herewith release the Philippine Competitiveness Commission and call forward the Senior Citizen Council. NCR. Sino ba yung chairperson ngayon? Sino ba yung chairman ng ating National Commission of Senior Citizens?
Madam Chair, good
Para
afternoon.
lang ma-update, siguro Committee Secretary, bago kayo tawagin, kilalanin muna natin, hindi natin na-recognize yung resource persons natin, higit sa lahat yung mga kinatawan ng ating National Commission for Senior Citizens.
Senator, for the budget briefing of the National Commission of Senior Citizens, we have Chairperson Attorney Franklin M. Quijano. We also have Commissioner for Regions.
Pasensya, yung inyong title card kasi nakasabi NCR. NCR lang ba o buong national?
NCR.
NCR lang.
Yung iba
Ha?
po meron pong regions.
Yun na nga, pero may NCR eh. Alin ba? National ba o NCR lamang?
NCR lang po ang nakalagay.
Ano po,
The whole.
ano po yung tama? Di
Whole
ba
Philippines.
national? Ang pagkaalam ko national. Hi, Senators.
Chair.
Pia. Ay, Pia tuloy.
That's my sister.
Okay, no, I'm Hilo.
Siya national, siya ang overall.
Oo nga.
Kwanto eh.
Wala yan. Yung mga commissioners ang merong ano. Yung mga commissioners ang merong.
Sige, please, Attorney Quijano. So you're national, hindi naman kayo limited sa NCR. Okay, please proceed, Beth.
For the Commissioner of Region 6, Region 7, and Region 8, we have Miss Enriqueta Rodeles, sorry. The Commissioner of Regions 9, 10, 12, and BARM, Mr. Edwin G. Espejo. The Commissioner of Region, the Commissioner of Regions 9 as well, 11, 13, and BARM, Ida Yap Patron, ED, PhD. Okay. And their executive assistant, Miss Judessa J. Bongo. That's all, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. Ang lalaki ng sakop ninyo, pero maswerte tayo na si Senator Risa narito para siya sa atin ang ating National Commission. At ipapahiwatig ko lang sa inyo na magtatanong din si Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, sa senior citizens dyan sa plenary. Ipinaubayan na lamang niya ngayon. Kinikilala ko rin si Senator Jinggoy Estrada na online dito sa atin. So, I think we have the comparative summaries here in front of us and the new appropriations na makita natin. Nabawasan ng usto ang inyong MOE ata para sa 2023 at ang tanging katanungan lagi, ano yung mga paghahanda na ginagawa ng NCSC para sa paglipat ng DSWD functions, programs, activities, and projects pursuant to RA 11350. So, yun siguro ang itatanong natin at yung actual na nalipat na. Kasi nakita natin na wala namang timeline. Wala naman nakatakdang schedule para sa actual transfer. So, I think si Senator Ontiveros may katanungan din tungkol dyan. So, we invite Senator Risa to please interpolate.
Nagyamanak, salamat po Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa inyo at sa buong NCSC family na nandito ngayong hapon. And I'm glad to see Chair Quijano here as well as all the other commissioners. Well, I note, Madam Chair, that it's been 3 years already since the passage of RA 11350, creating the National Commission on Senior Citizens under the Office of the President. The law also transfers senior citizen-related functions and programs from the DSWD to the NCSC. So, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, may I know the status of the transition at kung gaano na kayo umusad sa pagkamit ng mga targets ng commission. Halimbawa, ano pong functions ay matagumpay na pong na-hand over. At yung commission po ba, gaya ng tinatanong ni Madam Chair, nakapagsimula na po ba kayong i-implementa ang anumang sa mga programang ito?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Senator Risa Hontiveros. Good afternoon, everyone. The National Commission of Senior Citizens, which was passed on July 25, 2019, is practically on an extended embryonic stage. One, because the commissioners were appointed on 2020 pa lang, so hindi 2019. In fact, in 2020, only 3 were appointed. Therefore, we were not able to conduct business. And so it was only in 2021 that we were complete and we started to tackle the issues of the IRR, the organizational structures, and all.
So, Mr. Chair, kumpleto na pala kayo yung mga commissioners nyo. Akala ko kasi may kulang pang isa.
Kumpleta na po sana, but one of the commissioners transferred to DepEd, so we lack one for Visayas. Okay, so as far as the delayed transfer is concerned, one of the reasons is because we didn't have the selection board and the bids and awards committees, which we actually begged the office of the president to help us, and eventually the task of choosing 15 employees for the bids and awards committee and the selection board was transferred to DSWD.
Bakit na-delay?
It was a bit delayed.
Kasi umaasa kayo sa DSWD personnel?
Yes, ma'am. We didn't have anybody as regular. In fact, we were trying to argue with civil service. Can we appoint ourselves among the commissioners lang kami? But then again, yes, governance systems tells us that you have to have a selection board, and the commission cannot act as selection board, and so we had to rely on and lean on the SWD. Lately,
And
however.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but on a related point, actually, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, that's also one of my related questions. Yung empleyado po ba ng DSWD i-absorb ng NCSC?
Actually, Madam Chair, Senator Ontiveros, yung mga empleyado ng DSWD on the programs that are to be transferred, we have assured them na ita-transfer dahil may kasama namang administrative cost yun eh. So we said, as long as they're very efficient, as long as there is no corruption, then they will have to be absorbed by the National Commission of Senior Citizens.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Moving to another concern po. The 2023 budget allocation for social pension for senior citizens has remained at 25,472,000,000 pesos. Almost the same po as last year, or as the current year rather. So ibig pong sabihin, yung halaga ay hindi pa sumasalamin dun sa pagdagdag ng monthly stipend to 1,000 pesos as provided for by RA 11916. And the budget shortfall is therefore around 26 billion pesos. Pwede po bang malaman, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, if you have made representations with the relevant government agencies, halimbawa po DBM, DOF, at saka DSWD rin, para lang siguruhin na may sapat na pondo para sa implementasyon yan?
Thank you very much for that question, Madam Chair. Yes, we did. We went to Congress. We informed them that 11916 lapsed into law and that it was not included in the NEP by DBM. And therefore, the legislative branch will have to really be cautious of this because it might not be funded. And we were at DBM yesterday as well, and we forewarned them that this has to really be brought in. And they said NEP really didn't reflect that because the law was passed in July and they were required to submit the NEP on May. So they were saying that we will just pray that Congress will take note of this and give the corresponding additional 26 billion on top of the 25 billion plus so that the number will be fulfilled for the 1,000 per indigent senior citizen.
But of the 26 billion, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, nung pumunta nga po kayo sa House of Representatives, if I'm not mistaken, nakapag-commit po sila ng 5 billion pesos. Tama po ba yon? Oo, meron po akong nabalitaan ganon. I think the chair is about to say that that isn't so.
Wala hong ganon, but through Congresswoman Nava, she assured us that yung 26 billion will be appropriately dealt with. But we didn't see the documents that were passed on from lower house to Senate. So
Sino pong reptan?
Helen Tan?
Helen or
no,
Sharian?
the Congresswoman Nava was the one presiding.
I'm sorry, I misheard.
Guimaras po.
Okay, if I may enlighten the body, given that we just had the DSWD hearing. In the DSWD hearing, it was very clear that firstly, there's a very large unserved portion of senior citizens, quite apart from the increase, the natural increase over the years. There's an unserved set of 600,000 seniors right now as we speak. In addition, in July, as observed, the increase in the senior monthly stipend was approved or lapsed into law, more correctly, as the attorney chairman said, and that's 1,000. So yung total, 26 billion. Malaki ang utang natin sa mga lolo't lola dahil may unserved na nananatiling hindi pa nabibigyan ni isang kusing. Tapos, ito nga, nadoble pa from 500 to 1,000. So, talagang malaki ang problema natin dyan.
I share the concern of the good chair, Madam Chair, and I just also, together with her, express that concern to the chair of the NCSC. I guess it's something that our committee, under the leadership of the chair, will have to face as we go into plenary. But backtracking also to the question of the commissioners, the back, so the complement, no, the human complement of the commission, Madam Chair. What about, Mr. Chair, the issue of the absence of an executive director to run the day-to-day of the NCSC, Mr. Chair?
Dealing with the same problem on appointing the regular positions, we feel that the selection board for an ED will still have to be made. In fact, we were suggesting to the Office of the President earlier on in the past administration that the way to abbreviate the proceedings would be a desire letter coming from the Office of the President may help solve the problem. But then again, if we are to go through the lengthy process of the selection board, which we have to announce to the public for an ED, etc., it can take time. And so we said first because the chairperson is also CEO at the same time, so the chairperson handles the ED work, the daily work for the ED. So this is not much of the concern. Our really immediate concern is if the 15 regular employees will be shared to us through the selection process from the SWD, then we would easily be able to fill up the 206 positions that was approved by DBM.
Teka, point of clarification, yung executive director, presidential appointee pa ba yun?
Hindi ho. Sa
Ay, nalilito ko
11350, and
Ano
this is
sabi?
something strange, the commission appoints the executive director.
Hindi siya appointed by the executive. It's appointed or chosen from within.
Yeah, but then there is one, Madam Chair, there's one qualification as well. Must be assessed or qualified. And that is something odd because it's the president who's supposed to be appointing CESO officials in the different posts. And you have the commission deciding to have to require a say-so for a position appointed by them.
Sabi nga ni Madam Chair, may parang irregular o hindi katulad ng ibang mga commission. So again, maybe we can look into that moving forward. Pero at least, Mr. Chair, dun sa sinabi nyo sa komite namin, there's at least one additional starting point for solution or package of solutions. Yung sinabi nyong possibility of a desire letter from the Office of the President. At least doon, magkakaroon ng additional clear instructions how the President wants the Commission to proceed on these matters. So I would encourage the NCSC leadership to not just explore, but perhaps initiate that process.
Lately, we've written the Office of the President, and we will do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, maybe our committee, with the leadership of our Madam Chair, can help the NCSC follow that up. Aside from the 15 regular employees from DSWD. Nakapag-usap na po kayo, Mr. Chair, kay Secretary Tulfo about this?
Yes, ma'am. And they assured us that this coming Friday, I mean, the Friday after this Friday, they're going to deliberate and interview the applicants so that by the first week of November, we will have the short list of applicants, which the commission will now be deliberating on to be appointed. So we really are very hopeful about this, and we hope that by then we will already be able to populate the regional offices as well. By the way, the regional offices that was given us by DBM is only 8 clustered regions. But then again, we are thankful about that already.
I guess, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, once the solutions start to be implemented, we can look at all these other things na mapapa-comment talaga kami na bakit ganun. No?
Hindi,
Irregular.
halimbawa si Miss Rodeles, si Commissioner Rodeles, ang laki-laki ng sako. Region 6, 7, and 8. Ang buong Visayas, kanyang-kanya.
She's supposed to have a body, but she transferred to DepEd. So she's supposed to be concentrating on Region 8, but yeah, Madam Chair, Region 8 is in itself very big. The third largest island of the country is Samar, and you have Samar Leyte.
Yes, we come from there, yes. I'm very familiar, yes, that's right. So, napunta pa sa DepEd, pagkalaki-laki na nga lang. Okay, ang dami palang issue dito.
Sila pala, Madam Chair, yung kulang na commissioner for the Visayas na sinabi ni Mr. Chair kanina. Okay. So, moving forward, bukod dun sa 26 billion budget shortfall, just for that one big item of the social pension for senior citizens, I'm also quite concerned, Madam Chair, that the 2023 NEP does not reflect a budget for the Senior Citizens Rights and Welfare Development Program, which had a funding for this year 2022, yes, in the amount of 39.727 million pesos. So, mari po bang malaman, Mr. Chair, yung storya, hindi ba nagastos? Dahil sa COVID ba? So ano yung storya sa likod nito? And could you also please tell us about the services that this program actually provides?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we were organized during the time of COVID. The appointments were made during COVID. And yet we moved along and moved ahead because we realized the importance of the work. So one of the handicaps we had was we didn't have a bids and awards committee. And so our procurement went on only up to papers and ink. We even were just given laptops from the PMS and the Philippine Sports Commission and all. But then again, we were able to move on. In fact, we were focusing on the other aspects not covered by DSWD because we thought that there are tasks and missions that we should do that is not welfare connected. And that is that senior citizens are still strong. They can contribute and they can be productive. So ito po yung ino-organize namin ngayon. In fact, one of the lacking thing is really database. We don't have the database and we need some capital outlay for it. We are distributing our data form very aggressively now, and we hope we will be able to cover the 12.3 million members of the senior citizen. So the other thing, aside from addressing the issue of productivity, is really health. We want our senior citizens to be healthy and productive, and we actually we are happy that PhilHealth recently announced the Consulta, which promises annual regular medical, dental, optical, and ear examination for senior citizens. We think that this is one headway we can make. If all the seniors have their examinations, then the preventive and the primary healthcare components will really be anticipated. We can have even stronger senior citizens in the future. So, yung issue ng secure po, yung rights enforcement, isa din po yung problema namin because lots of complaints are coming in over non-observance of the 20%, etc., etc. Again, that much will depend on the regular positions that we'll be able to create soon as the DSWD will give us the list.
Hindi lang yung 20%, there are more sinister reports now of more abuse and exploitation of seniors,
Yes po.
particularly those who live alone in remote areas.
Yeah.
So I think we need to look at this, and the deletion of the rights component is to be mourned. We should do something about it.
I'll certainly join the Madam Chair in doing something about it. Pero ano yung storya nito? Bakit this year that item was allocated 39 million but the proposal for next year excludes it completely? Ano po nangyari?
DBM, Madam Chair, tends to really say your absorptive capacity has not been met because, but then again, we can explain it. Wala pa po kaming back at saka PSB. So we hope that it will be restored to us because in the next years, the expectation is really running high. And we are supposed to be doing the job of the SWD even more. So we hope that this will be restored, and we even hope that we will be provided the tasks that are supposed to be given under a law 7876, the Senior Citizen Center. A lot of demands are also being made. Sana yung Senior Citizen Center ng mga LGUs. But then again, it's supposed to be counterparting, Madam Chair. The LGU,
Pero nakikita ko, depende sa LGU eh.
you know po,
Kung talagang ganado yung mayor o yung governor, makikita natin na malawak at maganda yung programa. Kapag hindi naman napapansin masyado, talaga napapabayaan.
yeah.
So it's at the mercy of the LGU because you are not fully organized or funded.
Lately, however, Madam Chair, there are programs that we are launching. One of them is AIDS-friendly cities, municipalities, and provinces. And we hope that the local chief executives and councils will join us into creating friendly environments, not just for the senior citizens, but for people of all ages.
Speaking of friendly environment, if Senator Ontiveros will allow, meron ba kayong contingent, particularly addressing the PWDs? Kasi problema pa rin yan eh. At saka yung pag-identify ng bedridden and incapacitated seniors. Kasi nais natin, bigyan sila ng unconditional na cash transfer. Pero wala namang listahan.
Chair, part of our capacity challenge is really that. But right now, we have found out that DSWD is managing 4 of the residential care facility, the fifth of which is in San Juan, La Union. But for 5 years, it is staying there, the building is staying there, but it's not being operated. So these are the challenges we are facing, Madam Chair, and we hope that jointly with the very supportive DSWD right now, we would be able to learn from them as well, how we will be able to improve it. One of the visitors that went to the office just last week was the Japanese contingent who are asking, are you ready to help us? But if your personnel which we are using will retire, would you be able to utilize their expertise? But so I told them that there are lots of retirees who are helping in the senior citizens work in the United States. And so we hope we might be able to transfer technology on the seniors who are really bedridden and are abandoned. Sa ngayon po, apat lang and ideally each region must have a residential care facility.
Madam Chair, I'm glad that Mr. Chair has mentioned these residential facilities because kapag ka po fully organized, not operational ang NCSC, I know there are many new, not just policies, but programs na pwede nilang pamunuan. Isa na po yung that concept which has been gaining ground in other countries, I believe even in our own region, of assisted living. Na alam ko po merong katulad na programa niyan ang DSWD dati na talagang maisusulong ng NCSC once you are fully up and running. That senior citizens who are willing and able to live independently, basta lang may dedicated parang back staff on site, ay pwede talagang magpatuloy in that fully productive life described by the good chairman. And I appreciate, Madam Chair, yung mga responses so far ng chair ng NCSC, the strange organizational state, sabi nga nila, extended embryonic stage in which they have by circumstance siguro been stuck. I appreciate po na naghahanap pa rin sila ng mga solusyon and that they are even now thinking of new programs that they can mobilize our Filipino senior citizens around. Kaya gusto ko lang pong i-manifest before our Madam Chair that I would like, and with her leadership, to help try to restore the funding item, for example, for the Senior Citizens' Rights and Welfare Development Program. And lastly, Madam Chair, I've been a very vocal advocate of a universal social pension for senior citizens. Gusto ko yung fist punch ni Chairman dyan. Ito po ay batay po sa paniniwala ko na lahat ng mga lola at lolo natin deserve a life of dignity at paraan po nating lahat ito na kilalanin yung ambag nila sa lipunan. Studies have shown as well that this is the most efficacious system of pension distribution. Actually, speaking of that, Madam Chair, kanina lang may nabasa ako online, an editorial in one of our newspapers today about the worst pension system daw. But yung susi daw, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, mas alam niyo to kaysa sa akin, the key daw is to give the maximum support to our most indigent and in fact to all senior citizens. So may I know from the good chair what the position is of the NCSC when it comes to universal social pension?
NCSC is unanimous, Madam Chair. We are really in support of the universal social pension. But then again, I know that we are really in a situation where we have so much need for funding. So we're saying as long as this universal social pension will be properly done, I think it will be a success. Of course, we also would like the senior citizens to really be productive. I remember I made a visit in Ilocos, Madam Chair, and I was teasing our Ilocano friends, do you know how to bayo and to tahip? And of course, the senior citizens said, of course, we know. What about your grandchildren? And this brings us an issue of the senior citizens must be able to share their knowledge to the next generation. So the other program that we really hope we can do is an intergenerational dialogue system where the seniors will be able to pass on the abilities to the next generation.
Maraming salamat.
I'd
Yes,
like to
Madam
add, since you mentioned Ilocos, as we know, the Ilocanos have the longest lifespan. It's
Yeah.
upwards of 6, 7 years longer than the rest of the country on account of malunggay, saluyot, and very little bagnet. But yes, we've instituted lifelong learning, and the intergenerational dialogue is well and truly favored. Magagaling mag-social media yung mga lola at lolo namin at nagtatrabaho sila bilang guide bago yung pandemya, nag-umpisa ulit bilang docent at guide sa mga museo, simbahan at iba pa. Yun nga lang, kung minsan, napapahaba yung kwento. At humahaba rin ang pila ng turista. Pero enjoy naman lahat.
Apologies.
Ang cute. Pero, sorry, nabukas na pala yung mic ko nung pagkasabi ng ang cute. Pero actually, Madam Chair, okay din yun kung napapahaba yung kwento kasi hahaba ulit ang attention span nating lahat at lalo na mga kabataan na masyadong pinaiikli ng social media. Anyway, Madam Chair, I'm very glad to hear the good chair's expression of the unanimous support of the Commission for universal social pension. Siguro yan ang pinaka matamis na salita na gustong marinig ng lahat ng mga constituents niyo na senior citizens. Kahit napakasikip ngayon ng ating fiscal space, we can at least with that desire look forward in the next 6 years na isulong yung universal social pension na yan. And I agree with our chair, the intergenerational dialogue. It's not only beautiful, it's so necessary sa lahat ng aspeto ng buhay. Maging sa pag pinag-uusapan po namin dito ang job generation, yung mentoring, learning from our older colleagues. Kaya yung ilan sa amin, isa na ako doon, may quarrel talaga dun sa ideya ng legislated retirement age. But anyway, that's for another debate. So
Pero Senator
yes,
Risa,
Madam Chair.
yun nga ang ihihiling ko sa ating chairperson at yung mga commissioner natin. Alam natin na hindi maibibigay ng isang bagsakan yung 26 billion. Pwede ba mag-umpisa tayo by giving the neediest, the abandoned, incapacitated and bedridden seniors? Ang problema, hindi namin mahingi yan dahil wala naman listahan. We need to know the universe of the neediest seniors. Kasi kung ife-face yan, kasi talaga ma-ife-face 26B eh. Ang dami-daming mako-cover, pero kailangan i-face one muna, yung neediest, kung paano yun. If you can give us a list and make some guesstimate para naman mahanapan natin ang pondo.
Madam Chair, that explains why we were asking for some funds for database. We don't have servers.
Wala ba kayong ma-derive sa PSA? Kung mag-ambag-ambag kayo ng Philippine Statistics Authority, pati yung DSWD na meron namang listahanan, napakadami ng listahan na iba-iba. Hindi ba tayo pwedeng makisuyo sa kanila na mag-share muna ng information para malaman natin sino yung pinaka-needy sa ating seniors at yun ang simulan para mahati-hati natin at ma-face itong 26 billion.
We will attempt to call an interagency, Madam Chair. We hope you will accompany us because there are lots of issues about data privacy that they're not willing to support because we are not able to.
Maniwala kayo, pag alam nila na mabibigyan sila, volunteer na yan. Ganyan sa amin walang nagtatapat na senior Pag merong stipend, okay. Ayun, appear.
Hindi naman po ang senior, Madam Chair. It's really the agency saying that
There we
can't
go.
disclose.
Okay. Yeah.
Sa seniors talagang bigay kaagad eh.
Oo, kaya nga masigasig ang seniors
Opo. So we will call an interagency, Madam Chair, most especially on the issue of
We have to make
database.
a dent in this 26 billion. Otherwise, we're so
Opo.
overwhelmed by the amount that we can't even get started on a few.
Yeah. In the meantime, I think the issue is really how we would be able to distinguish, because the law is very clear, 9994 and 11916 says that frail, sickly, and indigent senior citizen, frail, sickly, and senior citizens who don't have the sufficient income. And DSWD has the list of this, and that's about 4 million. With 600,000, 4 million with 6,000 waiting on the buy. No.
Siguro we have maybe to focus within that 4 million, malaki pa rin yan. That's 40% of total or somewhere there. So within that 4 million, siguro
But
i-target
4 million to
natin.
4 million by 12, Madam Chair, is really the total amount that is being required.
I'm sorry?
4 million senior citizens times the 12,000 because it's 1,000 a month. That's going to be 20,
Yes,
26.
I'm trying to tell you that we cannot possibly give everyone at the same time. Kasi ang ginagawa namin ng mga senador, naghahanap kami ng pondo, sinisimot-simot sa ibang department kung saan makahanap. Eh hindi naman kalakihan yan. Imposible naman yung 26 billion na isang bagsakan. So can we start para lang mabigyan ng konting pansin ang pinaka-worst off sa ating senior citizens, yung talagang bedridden. Can we start with those? That's what I'm saying.
I
Huwag
think
wag tayong magpupumilit na 4 million kagad kasi hindi mangyayari yan.
we will do our share, Madam Chair. We'll call PSA and DSWD and hope that they will be able to help us provide the database.
So, bilang pagtatapos ko, Madam Chair, nais ko lang ipaabot ang aking taos-pusong pagsuporta sa ikagagaling at ikauunlad ng NCSC. Ito'y sa ngalan ng ating mga nakatatanda bilang pagtaguyod upang sila'y mamuhay ng may kalinga at dignidad at pagkilala sa kanilang patuloy na ambag sa ating lipunan. At umaasa din po tayo, Madam Chair, na yung staffing concerns ng komisyon ay matutugunan agad ng DSWD at ng OP para makalarga ng todo ang komisyon. Lalo't naniniwala po ako na mahalaga ang NCSC sa pagtataguyod ng active and healthy aging. At hindi tayo makadadagdag ng pondo kung di nating tataasan ang capacity ng commission. So let's all do that together. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Ay, sorry. Andiyan pala si Senator Jinggoy. Okay, do you have any questions po sa chairperson natin ng senior citizens?
yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Chairman Quijano. Gandang hapon.
Yes, good afternoon po, Senator Jinggoy.
Ikaw ba'y dating mayor ng Iligan?
Opo.
Okay. Okay, Chairman Franklin, kasi pardon my ignorance because this is the first time that I heard of your office and this is quite important for me because I am going to be a member of the Senior Citizens Club by next year. So can you enlighten this representation? Can you educate this representation on what are the duties and responsibilities and functions of your office?
Thank you very much, Senator Jinggoy. We will definitely consider you as this time as aspiring senior citizen. The 11350, the Republic Act 11350, actually puts into one branch of government, I mean one unit of government under the Office of the President, the management, implementation, supervision of the concerns of the senior citizen. Nung una kasi yung welfare ay nasa sa DSWD, yung health nasa DOH, yung productive component mukhang hindi nabibigyan pansin. So this time we realized that baka it's really time for a whole of government approach with the NCSC being an integrative unit of government giving attention to the senior citizens, Your Honor.
So anong pamamaraan ang kung paano kayo makakatulong sa mga senior citizens, Chairman?
Right now, for instance, Mr. Senator, we've been going on around and we were even getting, ano yung mga mungkahi, mga proposals coming from the senior citizens. And I think they're very gung-ho over how they can help government and how they can still be productive. In fact, coming from them, they're saying, bakit 65 ang retirement? So this move about lifting the retirement age is really buhay sa kanila. But we were even suggesting na hindi lang lifting ng retirement age, baka naman pwedeng magkaroon ng multiple retirement na at age 40 pwede nang mag-retire, tatanggap ng retirement, magliwaliw ng sandali, balik na naman, trabaho na naman, pagdating ng 60 or 65, retire na naman, liwaliw na naman. And just recently we met a PhilAm who was working as a safety officer at age 80. So sabi natin, we can optimize the strength and the abilities of the senior citizens using a multiple retirement system. Kaya kailangan yan lang pag-aralan kasi baka yung mga actuarial scholars and all will have to also agree or support this.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman Franklin. Good luck sa iyong bagong hinahawakang opisina. By the way, who appointed you? Was it former President Duterte or President Marcos?
I am a crossover, Your Honor. I was appointed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and my term is 6 years, although it's not really 6 years, it's less than 6 years, from September 2020 to September 2025.
So may security of tenure pala ang chairman ng inyong office?
Yeah, in accordance with law, Your Honor, it's
6 years.
Republic Act 11350. The term of appointment for the commissioners is 2 for the first 4 and 6. And then one other requirement is there must be at least 2 lady commissioners.
So lahat yung mga commissioners senior citizen, I suppose.
They don't look like seniors. We have Commissioner Rodeles, who's 80 years old, and Commissioner Idaya Patron, who's 72 years old. And Commissioner Edwin, our youngest, Commissioner Edwin Espejo, 62 years old.
Okay, that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you for enlightening this representation with regard to the duties and responsibilities of your office. Thank you, Chairman Franklin. Mabuhay ka.
Thank you po. God bless.
Thank you, Senator Jinggoy. Since you are soon going to join the ranks of the 20% discount club, do I hear a motion to endorse to the Mother Committee the budget of the Senior Citizens Council?
Well, I move that we submit the budget of that particular office to the plenary.
Second the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. There being no objections, we herewith endorse from the Subcommittee I the budget of our National Commission of Senior Citizens to the Mother Committee of Finance and thereafter to the plenary. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Chairperson Quijano and the rest of the team, of the very young team. Thank you. We will now hear the Cooperative Authority next. Thank you. Much herewith. If we can just settle down, we'd like to start the hearing on the budget of the Cooperative Development Authority in continuation of Subcommittee I's assignments. We recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros, who's physically present, and
afternoon, Madam
Senator
Chair.
Jinggoy Estrada, who's also online. So, is there an opening statement from Yusek Encabo or Chairman of CDA?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and Senator Jingo Estrada. On behalf of the Cooperative Development Authority, ma'am, we'd like to express our heartfelt appreciation for this opportunity in the committee. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much also for your copious and thorough PowerPoint. I know you've prepared this, but we're also quite familiar with your operations. So we would like, at this juncture, to recognize Senator Ontiveros to interpolate. And I have my own questions as well. So tulong-tulong na lang kami with Senator Jinggoy online for questions regarding the cooperative movement. Sige po, Senator Risa.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon sa inyo, kay Sen Jinggoy, sa mga opisyal at administrador ng Cooperative Development Authority at sa iba nating mga bisita, isang magandang araw at Happy National Cooperatives Month. Opo,
Maraming salamat po.
Yes,
Happy
sir.
Cooperative Month po.
Salamat, salamat. Madam Chair, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my solidarity with the CDA and other co-op formations in their appeal for additional funding and restoration of their budget for 2023 to at least the current level. Kaisa po ako sa pagkilala sa social and economic value ng ating mga kooperatiba. 11,123 co-ops serving and enabling their 11.8 million membership base with the potential to generate billions of pesos worth of business, estimated by one estimate alone at 364.6 billion pesos. Kumbaga, Madam Chair, hinding-hindi na po lugi ang gobyerno sa potensyal na social and economic return on investment mula sa kilusan at sektor ng kooperatiba sa pamamagitan ng CDA. Umaasa po ako, Madam Chair, na mapag-aralan at mahanapan ng paraan ng komite na madagdagan ng pondo ang ahensya. May ilan lang po akong katanungan, Madam Chair, sa ating mga kapartners sa Cooperative Development Authority. So una po, bilang isa sa mga authors ng RA 11502, gusto ko lang humingi ng update mula sa CDA hinggil sa ating kasalukuyang paggunita sa pagdiriwang nitong ang National Cooperative Month. Nais ko pong malaman kasabay niyan kung magkano ang inilaang pondo ng CDA para sa taunang pagdiriwang at kung ano ang pagpopondo kung ang pagpopondo ba rito ay na-institutionalize na din sa kabuoang budget ng CDA.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo ulit. Maraming salamat po. Hapon sa inyong lahat ulit. At maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Senator. Unang-una, ang cooperatives po, ang ating sektor ay nagdiriwang sa buwan na ito. At masaya po kaming ibahagi sa inyo, Madam Senator, na lahat po ng kooperatiba sa buong bansa ay nakikiisa sa selebrasyong ito. At very evident po that sa mga probinsya, sa mga munisipyo, sa mga regions, ay kitang-kita po natin ang sigla ng kanilang mga cooperative affairs. Nagkakaroon po ng tree planting, nagkakaroon po ng sports fest, nagkakaroon po ng inter-cooperation among cooperatives, nagkakaroon din po ng Co-op Kapatid Program kung saan ang mga malalaking kooperatiba ay tinutulungan ang mga micro and small cooperatives na pabilang sa kanilang pamilya. At nagkakaroon din po ng mga iba't ibang seminars at training na kung saan patuloy po ang pagtugon at pagbibigay ng edukasyon at advokasya sa ating kooperatiba. At ang kabuuan po ay talagang nagkakaisa ang sektor, Madam Senator, Madam Chair. At talagang pinapakita ang kanyang lakas tungo sa pag-unlad ng sektor at makabigay ng kontribusyon sa ating bansa.
Pero hindi pa nagkakaisa. Hiwa-hiwalay pa rin eh. Walang national co-op movement na masasabi natin. Payong ng lahat ng organisasyon, di ba?
Madam Chair, for the information,
With that, I'd just like to recognize Senator Robin Padilla, who's happily joined us from the Blue Ribbon. Yes, Yusek Encabo, please.
yes, Madam Chair,
Yun ang katotohanan eh. Kaya't yun ang dapat pagtuunan natin ng pansin at sama-sama tayong pilitin ang ating mga kasamahan. Hindi naman pilit, hindi magandang salita yun, kundi kumbinsihin lahat.
Yes,
na
Madam Chair.
magsama-sama kahit hiwalay pa rin ang iba't ibang federasyon, depende kung transport and public service yan, kung human services, kung education and non-profit. Kahit iba-iba, dapat yung cooperativismo ay iisa ang puso at diwa.
Yes, Madam Chair. We'll take note of that, but for the information of the good chairperson, Senator Aimee, and the rest of the members, recently, last October 8 to 9, we were able to establish the National Alliance of Cooperatives po. And it was successfully participated po ng ating mga kooperatiba sa iba't ibang rehiyon. Lahat po ay lahok at sumuporta at nagkaroon na po kami ng struktura at na-harmonize na rin po namin ang functions ng ating mga kooperatiba at ang relasyon nila sa CDA. Ito din po ay isa sa mga tugon at saka mga directives po at recommendations ni Senator Risa Hontiveros. At ito isang fulfillment din po, Madam Chair, batay po sa batas na Republic Act 11364, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Chairman, Madam Chair. So, yung mga iba't ibang events ngayong buwan para gunitain yung National Cooperative Month, lahat po ng forma na sinabi nga ni Yusek, ibig po bang sabihin institutionalized na sa budget ng CDA taon-taon yung ganitong paggunita? And just for this year 2022, magkano po ang inila ang pondo ng CDA? At para na rin po sa 2023, magkano po ang hiningi?
Maraming salamat po, Madam Senator. Sa taon po ito na nasa 5 million pesos lang po ang budget para sa isang taunang selebrasyon para sa kooperatiba. At dahil po isa sa mga prinsipyo na kung saan ang sektor ay ginagabayan, yung tinatawag po nating self-help, ay nag-aambag po ang ating mga kooperatiba para lang magkaroon ng isang makabuluhang selebrasyon para sa ating sektor.
And
At hindi pa-
taon-taon,
Yes, ma'am, pero
gagawin po
naghahanap
ninyo
lang po
ito.
kami, ma'am, kung saan pwede naming mapaglaanan ang budget na yan. Hindi pa po talaga siya institutionalized po.
So at least ang institutionalized pa lamang, pero at least ay yung intention.
Opo.
And then balak po ninyong ma-supplement yung modest na halagang ito ng 5 milyon ngayong taon ng mas malaki sa mga susunod na taon.
Yun po ang pinagdadasal po namin, Madam Senator.
Okay po. Ay dagdag lang po pala dun sa previous comments na ibinigay ni Yusek, isama po siguro sa performance indicator na nadadagdagan ang bilang ng mga miyembro ng kooperatiba bilang resulta ng RA 11502. For the record din, Madam Chair. Salamat po. Another important piece of legislation we passed last Congress is 11535 or the Local Cooperative Development Officers Act, of which I'm also one of the authors. So may I inquire, Madam Chair, into the status of the implementation of RA 11535? Namomonitor po ba ng CDA kung ilang LGUs na ang nag-comply sa bagong batas na ito? Kasabay niyan, ano-anong mga programa at proyektong inihanda ng CDA para suportahan yung pag-roll out ng batas at masigurado ring functioning ang ating mga local cooperative development officers. At huling tanong kaugnay nitong paksa, na ipaloob ba sa kasalukuyang budget ng Cooperative Development Program ang tulong o assistance sa mga local co-op development officers?
Yes, Madam Chair. ang cooperative development officers po ay batay po sa Republic Act 11535 ay ang ibang mga LGUs po natin ay nagsimula na po ang creation ng kanilang CDO, no, as an office. At mayroon pong authority ang LGU na mag-appoint o mag-designate ng isang CDO. Ngunit po, base po sa aming pag-monitor, Madam Senator, Madam Chair, nasa mga 48% pa lang po ng LGUs na nag-comply ng batas niyan. At dahil po ang isa sa mga rason o the primary reason that we always receive from the LGUs is always be the budget under level. But nonetheless, we still encourage our LGUs to somehow designate a CDO to perform its duties as that can also aid CDA in the performance and the services that can be offered to the sector. And
Hindi magandang dahilan yon dahil maliwanag sa batas, mahabang debate dyan, na hindi naman mandatory na kinakailangan na hiwalay na item para dito sa CDO. Pwede naman sila magturo kung sino man yung investment officer, agri officer, kung sino ang angkop sa pagiging cooperative officer. Parang karagdagang trabaho imbes na dagdag tao.
Yes, Madam Chair, you are right on that premise po. Every time we go out and reach out to the different governors, mayors, municipal mayors, city mayors, we explain to them, ma'am, that not necessarily that they will appoint or create immediately, but they can somehow designate and appoint temporarily the CDO just to comply with the law and start or roll over the mechanics of promoting the cooperativism in our country. So we continuously do that. And on the other question that Senator Ontiveros is, wala po kaming budget on that, ma'am. But we already have planned out our national convention ng mga cooperative development officers next year, February po, third week of February, because we want to present to the cooperative development officers what are the national programs and partnerships that we can build and the relationship na pwede nating patibayin together with the local government units through the cooperative development officers.
Salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Pwede ko bang i-request kay USEC sa pamamagitan ng aming chair to provide our committee with a written monitoring report of the implementation of RA 11535. Kasama na siguro yung mga nabanggit nyo na pong mga issue. Dito po sa written report na ito, paki-identify yung mga gaps, yung mga hamon, and ways forward na tinitignan na ng CDA. And then, yun na nga pong mga CDA plans and programs para sa ating mga LCDO. Once maiayos lahat nung kakulangan pa, yan po ba ay pagkumbinse sa lahat ng mga local chief executives natin or yung reasonableng budget na kakailanganin. Siguro magandang ano na rin ito, magandang itong pagtanggap po namin ng written report, magandang lead up na sa pagganap ninyo nung National Convention sa Pebrero.
Yes po, and we will submit to your office and to the Madam Chair the report required from us.
Maraming salamat, Yusek. Madam Chair, we of course recognize the quasi-judicial power granted to CDA as a regulatory agency under RA 11364 o yung CDA Charter of 2019. So briefly, can you provide us a summary on or an overview of the cases involving cooperatives submitted to the board for resolution?
Yes, ma'am. With regards to the quasi-judicial functions of the CDA, we just recently finished the implementing rules and regulations, and we can submit also to this committee a copy of that draft IRR, because as our commitment sa ating sektor ay dinadaan din po natin sa isang konsultasyon sa ating sektor upang malaman nila at sila din makapag-contribute kung paano natin pagandahin at palakasin ang functions ng CDA, lalong-lalo na sa aspeto ng quasi-judicial.
So pero wala pa po bang pending na mga kaso na nasa jurisdiction na ng CDA at ito yung mga lalapatan nitong mga IRRs sa pagdesisyon ng board ng authority?
Yes, mayroon naman po iilan. At sa pamamagitan po ng isa sa mga best practices ng co-op, no, sa kooperativismo, ay dinadaan din po natin sa tinatawag nating mediation and conciliation. Hanggat kaya natin bigyan ng pagkakataon na lahat ng mga partido na makapagbigay ng kanilang manifestation at explanation, ay hinahangad po ng CDA na kung pwede po ay maayos po sa isang settlement, no? Amicable settlement through mediation and conciliation, at sa mga pamamaraan na kung saan sila ay nag-agree upang affix their commitment na maayos at ang kanilang pagpapatakbo ng co-op. At kami naman po ay nagagalak na ang kadalasan po ay talagang naaayos din ng CDA dahil mismong ang kooperatiba ay nagkakaroon din sila ng mediation at conciliation process. So sila din po nagtutulungan upang may saayos ang mga problema, at kami naman po ay umaalalay din kahit paano kapag medyo malaki na at medyo masalimuot, at binibigyan po namin ng pagkakataon mapakinggan ang mga kooperatiba, at binibigyan namin po sila ng proper guidance paano patakbuhin ng maayos ang isang kooperatiba.
Salamat, Yusek. Pero at this point in time, hindi pa kayo makapagbigay sa aming komite ng overview or summary ng mga iilang kasong iyon na nasa jurisdiction nyo na?
Well, there is an ongoing training and orientation right now, Madam Chair, Senator Risa, and we can respectfully submit to this committee a copy of our overview, and at least for the information of the good leadership and to the rest of the members.
Okay, salamat, Yusek. I would appreciate that. So, kaugnay pa rin po ng quasi-judicial power, may I inquire how the CDA intends to use the request for an additional 8 million pesos for a program for the development and procedural framework for quasi-judicial power? Baka iniisip ko po o hinuhula ko po baka yung pag-develop, pag-finalize ng IRRs ay bahagi na po dito, but otherwise could you complete the knowledge of the committee about this?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair and Madam Senator Risa, the intent of the 8 million is to really spread out in the regional approach, no? Because serving almost 12 million co-op members or almost 13,000 cooperatives in the country, we cannot just have it or entertain or accommodate cases for adjudicatory purposes in the central office. Considering also po na marami din pong mga kooperatibang talagang struggling at talagang sumisikap para mas mapaganda ang kanilang negosyo or line of business. Meaning to say, may issue din pong pinansyal, no? So, compared it sa mga malalaking kooperatiba, kapag sila involved into adjudication process. So, ang gusto po namin, we want to reach out to the regions and felt our presence, no? Na makita nila na kami mismo nandoon kaagad at hindi na sila gagastos papunta pa ng Manila. At yun po, by region po ang aming approach nitong 8 million, ma'am.
Salamat po, Yusek. Kung maaari, baka pwede nyo na rin idagdag doon sa written monitoring report, doon sa, or rather yung written report on or summary or overview of cases, yung kung meron pa kayong mga detalye nung paano gagamitin itong 8 million peso request para sa knowledge ng aming komite.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Salamat.
We will comply.
Yusek. Thank you. At this point and before my next question, just a brief manifestation for the record. Madam Chair, I hope that the CDA will remain co-op friendly and will continue to promote and respect the cooperatives' rights as it exercises its quasi-judicial power. Hangad nating maggamit ng tama at ni minsan hindi maabuso ang quasi-judicial powers na ipinagkaloob ng batas sa CDA at mabigyang pagkakataon ang mga lehitimong kooperatiba na mapunan ang kanilang kakulangan at matulungan na mas yumabong pa. So to my next question, Madam Chair, Yusek, RA 11364 mandates cooperatives in the education system dun po sa Section 19. And they are expected to be part of the formal and non-formal education curricula. Yung mga SUCs po ay encouraged na mag-alok ng cooperative development and administration. So may I inquire po about the status of the implementation or operationalization of this provision? Halimbawa, nasali na po ba sa kasalukuyang kurikulum ang usapin ng kooperativismo? May mga SUCs na bang nag-offer ng kurso o programa tungkol sa co-op development and administration? And may I ask about the involvement and participation of CDA in this matter?
Yes po, Madam Chair. Sa kasalukuyan po, meron na po tayong mga around 6 SUCs na kung saan ay nagbibigay po ng isang programa sa pamamagitan ng isang kurso, no? Kadalasan po ang tawag po nila ay Bachelor of Science in Cooperative Development. At ang nangunguna po rito ay ang PUP din, no? At mayroon na rin po tayong mga kaakibat na SUC isa sa Mindanao at ilan sa Visayas. Ngunit kapag ito'y aming pinipresent sa mga SUCs ay talagang mayroon pong mga challenges po, Madam Chair and Madam Senator Risa. Kasi nga tinitignan din po nila yung kapasidad ng kanilang eskwelahan. Unang-una, ang struktura. Pangalawa, kailangan pa po ng mga orientation at pagpapakilala kung ano po ang isang tinatawag na cooperative movement o isang kurso ng kooperatiba. Ngunit po, ang kagandahan ngayon ay may mga private schools din kami na nagkaroon ng partnership with CDA that we are promoting the cooperativism not only here in Metro Manila but across the country through research and advocacy program. And we continuously to talk and discuss and meet with different SUCs in the regions so that ang goal po ng CDA ay kahit mayroon pong isang SUC bawat region ay magkakaroon po tayo ng sapat na eskwelahan na kayang-kaya po yakapin ang mga interesadong kabataan upang makapag-aral po ng tinatawag nating cooperative development management. Pero meron po kaming isang alternatibo po, Madam Chair. Isa dito yung partnership namin sa TESDA kung nagkaroon kami po ng cooperative development management course. At ito po ay nagpa-participate po dito yung mga cooperative leaders natin, especially yung focus natin yung mga youth cooperatives dito sa ating bansa. And we were able to successfully finish 2 courses. And right now, Madam Chair, we are trying to connect again with TESDA to continue this program and focus again with the youth cooperatives and other co-op leaders across the country.
Salamat. Maraming salamat, Yusek, para sa update na yon. And I encourage CDA to continue leading yung pag-optimize, pag-maximize nung mandate po ninyo dyan na nga sa Section 19 ng RA 11364. And congratulations dun sa in a way, extend po nito hanggang sa partnership nyo sa mga private schools at pati po sa TESDA. Maganda po yan. Dahil sinasaklaw nyo na yung educational territory ng CHED plus TESDA, iniisip ko baka in the future meron ng mungkahi na pati sa basic education, at least masimulan ng maipakilala itong mga prinsipyo ng kooperativismo. At napakahalaga din, Yusek at Madam Chair, yung papel talaga nitong unang 6 na SUCs. It's very good news dahil mahalaga po sa atin kahit sa hinaharap, ang mga ganitong SUCs at hari naway dumami pa sila para i-professionalize ang co-op management mula sa mga graduate ng co-ops mismo. So ang ganda po ng ganyang ika nga parang ecosystem. Nasa economic life yung ating mga co-ops, pero maging sa education sector ay naitatanim na po yung binhi ng ganyang pamumuno na professional, more and more professional and mahusay over the years. So, salamat po dyan. So, just a final brief manifestation, Madam Chair, on this topic. In the future, I hope that the CDA shall consider, in fact, strengthening its partnership and establishing a network of more and more higher educational institutions engaged in cooperative development and education. Halimbawa, Madam Chair, at nabanggit na rin po ito ni Yusek kanina, masuportahan ng CDA at maging ng komite natin sa kooperatiba ang panukala ng PUP nga na isa nga sa 6 na unang SUCs ng pagtatayo ng isang National Center for Cooperative Studies. Ngayong kalahating dosena na pala silang mga SUCs nakapartner ng CDA dito, baka pwede na nga silang magbuo ng National Center no, based sa academe pero partner ng cooperatives movement at ng CDA na sa tingin natin ay will ensure knowledge creation and management to support the mainstreaming of cooperativism in the education system. Alam naman natin maging sa education, maging sa cooperatives movement, hindi naman static yan. Laging may nag-evolve na bagong kaalaman, pamamaraan. So maganda yung ganitong bagong espasyo para i-cultivate talaga yan. So, marami pong salamat, Madam Chair, sa Good Yusek at yung CDA family. Wala na po akong ibang tanong. I just want to reiterate my support for the appeal, for the restoration, and additional funding of the CDA for its co-op development program. I hope the current CDA leadership will continue to balance its regulatory and developmental functions and will continue to support cooperatives regardless of their differences in views and opinions on certain issues in line with the cooperative principles na pinangahawakan naman ng lahat. At mananatiling bukas po kasama ng aming chair at ang aming komite, bukas pa rin ang aking opisina sa pagtulong at pagtataguyod ng mga bago at pagbabago ng mga polisiya at programa para sa kooperatiba. So mabuhay at muli, Happy Cooperative Month. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, lalong-lalo na po sa iyo, Madam Senator Risa, sa iyong solidarity message at sa iyong suporta sa kooperatiba. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Senator Risa. And we have here the Vice Chair for this, for the Co-op Committee, Senator Robin Padilla, na magmumungkahi rin.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na tagapangulo. Ako po ay matagal ng kapabilang dito sa kooperatiba. Hindi pa po tayo membro ng kongreso nito. Ako po ay kasama ko na po si Chairman Joseph N. Cabo sa Marawi pa lang. Kaya ako po ay nandito para magbigay ng suporta. Meron lang po akong ilang katanungan sa inyo. At napakahalaga po kasi ng para sa akin, hindi pa rin po nagbabago ang aking mga pangarap para sa kooperatiba. Sapagkat naniniwala po ako, ako po'y produkto kasi ang tatay ko po ay isang sosyalista. At naniniwala po ako na ang kooperatiba ay isang anyo ng sosyalista na binibigyan natin ng kapangyarihan yung mga matatawag po natin na mga kababayan natin na hirap at gusto natin sila na maorganisa at mabigyan ng kapangyarihan para labanan ng mga kapitalista. Yun po ang pagkakaintindi ko sa kooperatiba. Napakaganda po ng mga plano ng ating mahal na Pangulong Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. para sa agriculture. Gusto ko lamang pong madinig sa inyo kung ano po ang koordinasyon po ninyo ngayon sa Department of Agriculture. Kasi kahapon, kasama po namin sila ng 11 oras. Kami po ay 11 hours na nakipagtalastasan po sa DA At marami po silang mga programa, marami po silang gustong gawin. At naitanong ko rin po sa kanila na lalong-lalo na po ang patungkol sa fertilizer, sa mga tulong sa magsasaka, na kami po kasi, kami po yung malapit sa magsasaka dahil kami sa Nueva Ecija, ang nanay ko ay isang magsasaka. Kami po yung nabuhay sa pagsasaka. Ito pong koordinasyon ng DA sa pagbibigay ng fertilizer sa mga magsasaka, dinadaan si LGU. At ito po ay madalas ginagamitan ng politika. Kaya akin pong uminungkahi sa DA na mas mainam kung ito po ay idadaan sa kooperatiba. Ang tanong ko po, pasensya na po, ang haba ng pasakalye. Kailangan po kasi maliwanag eh. Opo. Kaya po ba ng ating mga kooperatiba na kunin itong responsibilidad na to si LGU at ang kooperatiba ang mga siwa ng pagbibigay ng fertilizer at anumang programa ng DA sa mga magsasaka?
Madam Chair, Ginoong Senator Robin Padilla, magandang hapon po. Sa kasagutan po ng inyong katanungan, kayang-kaya po ng ating mga kooperatiba i-manage po ang ganong programa. No? At ako'y naniniwala dahil sa tulong po ng CDA na bigyan po sila ng sapat na training at governance, yung fundamentals po ng management, ay naniniwala po ako na bawat isa sa kanila ay may kapasidad po at kakayahan tulungan ang liderato ng isang kooperatiba upang tignan at mapabuti ang pag-implementa ng programa na yan. Lalong-lalo na kapag binigyan ng pagkakataon ng Department of Agriculture o ng gobyerno na itong fertilizers program ay direkta na po sa mga kooperatiba at ang mismo na pong kooperatibang mag-identify ng kanilang mga beneficiaryo, lalong-lalo na yung mga membro nilang mga magsasaka sa kanilang kooperatiba. Dahil sila po ang may direktang kaalaman kung ano pong kapasidad ng bawat membro mayroon sila. At alam po nila yung sitwasyon ng kanilang lupain, alam po nila yung sitwasyon ng kanilang pagsasaka, at alam po nila kung paano po mag-engage ng negosyo sa mga kapwa negosyante nila, traders man o direct buyers man, dahil sila po ang may unang engagement po niyan. At sila po rin ang makakapag-build up kung ano po ang kanilang kapasidad upang mapagpatuloy yung programa na yan. Kaysa may daan po natin sa, I'm sorry Mr. Chair, Madam Chair and Senator Robin, baka mapolitikal lang din po ang ating mga kooperatiba. Hindi naman po, wala naman po yan sa prinsipyo ng cooperativism. Kaya po ang kasagutan ko, Ginoong Senator, kayang-kaya po ng ating kooperatiba.
Napakagandang balita po niyan, Chairman, sapagkat punong-puno po ng umaasa ang ating mga magsasaka itong pagkakataon na ito. At napakaganda po na marinig po sa inyo yan. At naniniwala po ako na makakarating po ang inyong binigay na pangako na mas makakatulong. Ako naniniwala po ako na makakatulong ang kooperatiba kaysa sa LGU. Ako po'y pasong-paso na sa LGU. Isang tanong na lang po, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, isang tanong na lang po. Opo. Tanong po kay Asek Vidal Villanueva, napakaganda po ng inyong kasuotan. Pagkapag tayo po'y pinagtabing tatlo, pang-apat, tayo po'y candy. Opo, ang ganda. Talagang makulay ang ating inang bayang Pilipinas. Opo.
Senator Robin, good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Although I am, paano ba ito Itagalog?
Bisaya ba?
Senator, ako man ay lumaki sa kamay ng mga Garcias in Cebu, but I am a prince of the Talandig tribe of the province of Bukidnon. It's only the family of the Garcias of Cebu that sent me to law school, to finish my law school po. Kaya po, sinuot ko to ngayon in giving respect to the committee chairman of this subcommittee as a homage to the members also of this committee, sir. Thank you so much.
Apo, at napakaganda po ng inyong kasuotan sapagkat yan po ang dapat nating ginagawa, ating pinagyayaman ang kultura natin.
Senator, Madam Chairman, the month of October is also declared as the Indigenous Peoples Month, Your Honor.
Opo, totoo po yan. Committee po namin yan, cultural minorities. Opo, kaya ako po pinupuri. Ang tanong ko lang po, Asik Bidal,
Yes, sir.
kasi po, kahapon din po, sa pag-uusap namin ng 11 hours, napag-usapan din po namin ang katutubo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. At bilang ako po ay tagapangulo ng cultural minorities, marami po ako nakakausap ng mga katutubo ang inaabuso ng mga agaw ng lupa. At higit sa lahat ay meron nga tayong tinatawag na Indigenous Peoples Law, hindi din na ibibigay yung kanilang mga benepisyo. Halimbawa sa CDC, yan sa Clark. Ang tanong ko, doon po ba sa mga lugar na nabanggit ko, meron po bang kooperatiba na? Sapagkat sila din po ay mga magsasaka. Katunayan sila po hirap na hirap magbenta ng kanilang mga tinatanim. Meron na po bang nag-organize sa ating mga katutubo?
Madam Chairman, Your Honor, yes, the Cooperative Development Authority has reached out to these areas, Your Honor. In fact, I'll just give an example. In Zambales, yung mga ita po natin ng mga kapatid, ay may isa na po silang kooperatiba and we went there to distribute mga biik for them to grow and to raise, Your Honor. And not only in Zambales, but all over the country. South Cotabato, in Bukidnon, in Agusan Sur, we're doing this, Your Honors.
Meron po bang close coordination ng NCIP at ang CDA?
We have an existing memorandum of agreement with the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. And that's really also the direction of NCIP to cooperativize these indigenous people so that the government assistance will be easily transferred to these people in.
Opo, napakahalaga po. Tsaka siguro po, maganda po yan. Pag na-organize nyo na po sila, matulungan din rin po silang mag-ID. Kasi nakausap po namin yung DSWD, ang problema doon sa ating mga katutubo, wala silang birth certificate, wala silang, sana po, pag na-organize nyo na sila, turuan din po na. Kasi siyempre naman, pag kooperatiba ka, kailangan naman siguro, meron ka detalyado na ang buhay mo dyan. So, sana po, umaasa po ako, na kayo po, sa CDA, sa NCIP at sa DSWD, sa DA, bigyan niyo po ng sapat na atensyon at oras ito pong ating pong mga katutubo na sa hanggang ngayon po ay humihingi po ng katarungan sa atin. Maraming salamat po. Yun lamang po, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. At yung sinasabi ni Senator Robin, gusto ko lang i-follow up yung sa RSBS kasi napakaraming agri-co-op at yung iba may kasamang mga IP. Itatanong ko lang yung RSBS, yun yung ating registration ng mga agro-fishery sector. Sana tumulong rin ang ating CDA sa pagre-rehistro ng maramihan kasi grupo-grupo yung ating co-op. Mas mabilis para mabuo dahil hindi sila makakatanggap ng anumang benepisyo mula sa pamahalaan kapag wala na naman yung papeles nila at yung IP parati ang pinakakawawa dyan. So I'd like to request your assistance tulad nga ng sinabi. At meron kaming pinag-uusapan na magkakaroon ng IP na co-op bank. Kasi yun ang problema rin, di ba? Hindi makautang ang ating mga katutubo, hindi nila magamit yung loan grants dahil iba naman ang sitwasyon, yung iba nasa pinakamalalayong lugar, samantalang yung normal na bangko, kinakailangan doon sa premises ng bangko, gagawin lahat ng kontrata. So medyo magulo talaga. So okay, yung co-op bank, nabanggit na rin meron ba kayong report tungkol dyan? Kasi maraming co-op bank, nag-evolve na siya sa mga rural bank. Under CDA pa ba yun?
Madam Chair, if you allow, I will give the floor to Assistant Secretary Vidal since siya po ang cluster head at oversight ng finance at saka sa mga co-op banks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Yusek and Cabo. Madam Chairman, right now we have 26 cooperative banks in the country, but they have also extended their services and branches to their area of operation. And the dream of the finance cluster, Madam Chairman, is that the Land Bank of the Philippines would put up money to our cooperative banks, and the cooperative banks will be the one to distribute to our
Oo.
primary co-ops.
Kasi lahat yung kulang ng kapital di ba? All
Yes,
running
madam.
out na kasi yung mga yan. So hindi na you're requesting Land Bank and also the DBP
Yes,
to
Madam
top
Chairman.
up. And how far have those talks gone? Nasabihan na ninyo? Meron ba silang opening dyan?
We have already implemented this, Madam Chairman.
Ayun pala How much did they give you?
We started in Cooperative Bank of Cebu, Madam Chairperson.
Yes. And
So Land Bank of the Philippines is putting up 5 billion pesos for
I see. What about the
cooperative.
others?
That's the first stage, Madam Chairperson,
okay.
because we are still negotiating that instead Land Bank and DBP would go to individual farmers and IP, put their money to the co-op bank, and the co-op bank would distribute to primary co-ops, and primary cooperatives would
I
be the
see.
one to reach out to individual cooperative
Right.
members.
So your pilot was Land Bank Cebu.
Yes,
And
madam.
the intention is to scale to national level as well as include the DBP.
Yes, madam.
Would you have any timeline for this so that we have
We
some
hope to
measurable
achieve-
achievements?
Yes, Madam Chairman. We hope to achieve this by the end of 2023, Madam Chairperson.
Okay, that's good. If you have an executive brief, kahit maikli lamang, para alam namin ano nangyari dito sa co-op banks natin.
Yes, madam.
Kasi malaking issue yan dati at maraming nabangkarote. Yung iba naman nag-evolve na sa mga rural bank at minerge para lumaki ng kaunti. Last question na lang dahil meron kayong binibida na. So sorry. Yes, related question. Senator Ontiveros, please.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Related point lang kaugnay ng co-op banking. Nagkaroon na po tayo ng bill dito, pero previous Congress, 18th Congress, tungkol sa co-op banking. Binalikan ko lang po yung mga notes ko February this year. And may range of opinions, pero maganda kasi live na yung issue dito sa Senado at pwedeng-pwede po nating i-follow up. At that time, ang sinabi ng Department of Finance ay they do not support the measure. Yung isang dahilan ay recently naman daw na ipasa na yung create law. Sinabi naman ng there are already daw several measures supporting the objectives of the bill at inulit ng DOF noon na yung tax exemption status has been granted already. Ang Bangko Sentral naman noon ay nagsabing they support the passage of a cooperative banking bill. Ang DTI also recognized co-op banking dahil ito daw ay sumusuporta sa mga MSMEs at ang CDA syempre very early on at salamat sa CDA sumuporta dun sa bill na iyon. At may sinabi sila noon na joint regulation of BSP
Yes.
and CDA
Yes,
sa
yeah.
mga co-op banks at
Yeah, that's right.
minake of record nila noon na kinikilala nila yung authorization of auxiliary undertaking. So maganda, Madam Chair, medyo nabuksan na ito noon at naging substantive yung pag-uusap. So marami-rami po tayong pwedeng i-follow up ng mga puntos in favor of co-op banking. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the support. We're very keen to bring back the co-op bank and its mission to the forefront of agriculture so that credit will be extended to the countryside. However, we know that in the past there have been problems, so we need to learn from experience. Yusek and Cabo, please.
Yes, ma'am. We need the help of the Senate and even the lower house to help us fine-tune this proposed legislative measures to seal it because somehow po honestly every time we go down to the regional level marami pong confused sa statement po ng Department of finance. Kaya po nag-aalanganin po din ang ating mga ibang kooperatiba with regards yun nga sa mga measures na yon. So we need the support and the intervention po ng ating Congress.
Thank you. Sa palagay ko, pwede namang diskartehan yan. Bakit si Asik Vidal nakapag-pilot ng sarili sa Cebu?
Yes, ma'am.
Ibig sabihin, kakayanin naman kahit wala pang batas. Siyempre, mas maganda kapag covered ng ating batas. Subalit, kahit wala pang batas, nagawa naman ni Asik Vidal, di tuloy-tuloy na natin.
Yes po. And with the new leadership of the DOF, we are very confident po na mababago po yung perspective nila.
Okay.
Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat. Nag-alala lang ako, wala kayong capital outlay, zero capital outlay, pero yung binibida ninyong flagship program ay digitalization, yung online marketing platform ng Co-op Forum. Paano ninyong gagawin yan na wala naman kayong funding para sa ICT equipment at software na inaasahan ng tao pagkat sinabi ninyo magbebento kayo online?
Well, unang-una po, yung previous budget po para po sa ating co-op biz or digitalization, no, yung CDA Global, ay naka-anchor pa po sa previous budget namin. Pero kapag mawala po yung budget namin para sa isang digitalization, para po sa mga susunod mga taon, nangangamba po kami and we're quite worried because this is the first online marketing program that the CDA institutionalized.
Ano nga, kung
Wherein-
zero yung budget mo, anong gagawin mo?
Well, mawawala po yung subscription po, Madam Chair. At kano nga po? We only allocated this.
Yes, but the subscription is how much lang naman? Magkano lang naman yung subscription?
Yeah, because all regions are involved, Madam
No,
Chair.
I understand, but I think you have to put a request because you're campaigning that this is your priority program and yet you have no budget to support it. So I'm a little bit mystified as to why this is the priority when it has no backing whatsoever.
Yes, Madam Chair, as on our request for the budget request, we requested for additional 75 million po.
Ang laki naman, para lang sa subscription.
For a part of the digitalization, ma'am, is
Can we
yung-
take that down? We'll make an effort, both the minority and the majority are
Yes, ma'am.
full support of the CDA. But can we bring it down to a reasonable effort? Ang kabataan nakakabenta sa online, wala namang budget. Kaya't siguro, gawa naman natin ang breakdown, yung 75 million na yan, para
Yes, po.
mahingi natin ang karagdagan kahit papano.
Yes po.
Malaki-laki siya kung subscription lang. Wala naman bibilin palang mga computer. Wala naman bibilin palang mga iba't ibang broadcasting facilities and other software.
Well, I just want to clarify the Madam Chair that yung 75 million po is the holistic program of the information and communications and the technology program of the CDA po. Of which part of that is yung
Hindi, yung online marketing lang muna.
sige po, ma'am.
Oo.
Yes,
At
ma'am.
kasi parang yun ang tinutulak ninyo.
Yes, po.
Naisip ko lang na dapat isuporta.
Yes po, ma'am. We will give the breakdown po.
Yeah, let me know. Is that your priority or am I just getting the wrong press release?
Well, honestly, ma'am, that's one of our major projects that we are really pushing hard. But of course, ma'am, we're also supporting the micro and small cooperatives, especially for their rehabilitation and alleviation program. Lalo-lalo na po those who are affected by the recent mga calamities po, para po makarecover sila. So that's why the entire
Pero
budget that we're
sapaw-sapaw
requesting.
kayo ng DA, tulad ng sinabi ni Senator Padilla, 11 oras na kami niyan. At meron silang QRF, meron silang quick response fund. Kaya sa palagay ko, you have to plug into that rather than requesting a new which will likely not be provided.
Noted po, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Senator Antiveros.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Maikling manifestation lang. Hindi naman ito central sa mandate or budget for that matter ng CDA. Pero dahil magandang napag-usapan kanina ang tungkol sa indigenous peoples at nabanggit din po ang NCIP at ngayon yung interest ng CDA sa pagsulong ng partisipasyon ng mga katutubong Filipino sa kooperativismo sa ating bansa. Medyo may mga pagkakataon talaga na sa halip na mas makatulong o suporta ang NCIP sa mga katutubong Filipino ay naging sanhi ng disappointment for various reasons po. But I'm glad na napag-usapan din ng CDA ang mga katutubong Filipino kasama na ang mga lumad sa Mindanao na tulad ng mga Bangsamoro sa buong Pilipinas ay constituents ng bawat government agency natin. And I'm hopeful kasabay ng NCIP na para sa akin ay mahalagang commission pa rin dahil sa kanilang mandato, ano man yung mga heartaches natin sa kanila maya't maya, na sa dagdag na interes ng CDA sa partisipasyon ng mga katutubo sa ating ekonomiya ay mas talaga ma-mainstream. Actually, hindi naman sila kailangang i-mainstream, sila yung mga original na nakatira sa ating archipelago. So, makilala at maibalik sila front and center mula sa mga margins at hindi lang sa isang alam nyo, yung token, lip service na paraan lang, pero substantively talaga. Lalo na siguro sa pamamagitan din ng CDA dahil alam naman natin na ang kooperativismo ay talagang likas at malapit sa collective, cooperative na economic life ng mga katutubo. So yun lang po, Madam Chair, for the record lamang po. Salamat.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Ontiveros. And I'd like to recognize Senator Padilla na may i-move yata.
Mahal na tagapangulo, ako po'y sinusundan ko na po ang hakbang ng ating tagapangulo na ito pong pagdinig sa inyo pong budget ng CDA ay madala na po sa plenaryo. I move.
Sinisugundahan ko po, Madam Chair.
There being no objections, there's a motion to endorse the budget of the CDA from the subcommittee of Subcommittee I to the Mother Committee of Finance. At this level, your budget is herewith approved. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Maraming salamat po, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Yusek and Cabo. We now call Climate Change Commission. sa hapong ito. So we welcome with our committee secretary and recognize the guests for this occasion to hear your budget. Beth, please.
Senator, for the Climate Change Commission's budget, proposed budget, they are represented by Vice Chairperson and Executive Director, Secretary Robert
Apat ang narito.
E.A. Borja,
Apat ang
Borge.
narito.
and Commissioner Attorney Rachel Ann Herrera, Commissioner Albert de la Cruz, and Deputy Executive Director Mr. Romel Antonio Cuenca. That's all, Senator.
Thank you very much. This being the last of the government agencies in Subcommittee I, let's go quickly. I see that you now have a reduction of, is this correct? Is this, what's the reduction? So you've been reduced by 24% by DBM for the following reasons. Perhaps you can explain a little bit to me. Firstly, the grave concern of this chamber regarding the low submission of local climate change action plans. This was observed by the COA that a mere 41% of the LGUs have provided said action plans. What is the reason for this failure to comply with the law?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And on behalf of the members of the Commission, we'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. The LCCAP is indeed should be one of the centerpiece programs of the Climate Change Commission. However, there are several impediments to that. First, we are severely we need to build up our capacities and our partnerships with the LGUs, which is one of the priority programs of the current
Pero may
Climate Change
budget
Commission.
naman kayo. You have 175 million. It's fairly simple to get the action plans out of the LGU. They're very keen to share, in fact, their plans. So I'm mystified by the inability of the Climate Change Commission to obtain those.
Perhaps it's a question, Madam Chair, of us really further engaging our LGUs on the submissions of the
Hindi daw
LCCAPs.
kayo umiikot ng probinsya, umiikot daw kayo ng mundo.
If I may, Madam Chair, it's
That's
also
the
related.
impression
Yes, Madam Chair.
that's been given by the CCC over the years.
If I may, Madam Chair, it's actually one of the issues that this present cohort of commissioners is trying to address. Precisely that idea. We actually
Kailan
resolved to
wala
become
po?
March 8 po.
Sorry.
We were appointed March 8.
How many, all of you, or
March 8, during that month.
2022?
2022, yes.
Ilang kayo na-appoint?
March 8 for me.
Oo. Hindi, yung ibang commissioner, matagal na yata.
No po.
Lahat kayo bago?
Yes.
Ilan sa 5 ang bago?
There are only 3 commissioners.
Okay, 3.
All of us were appointed in March. And as early as March, Madam Chair, we came up with our strategic workshop. And this
Okay.
was one of the things.
So namana lang ninyo itong napakababang 41% compliance.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So
But
do
we
you
are.
have any intention to rectify this and finally comply?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, we have the latest submission now for LCCAP.
Ito lang yung mga LGU na importante.
Yes po. In fact,
So have you gone around the March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October? 8 months na rin.
Yes, 6 months. What we've done is we've done online and also gone around. And the latest figures that we have, Madam Chair, is 79.48 LCCAP submission as of October 19, 2002.
All right, if you can submit a brief regarding that update, that's a great improvement. Nagdoble na kayo. So if you could let me know exactly what that has represented. Sino-sino ang nariyan.
Certainly, Madam Chair.
So The other thing is that last June 2021, the UN Framework Convention included our first NDC, in which there was the very ambitious commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 75% to by 2030, the year 2030. Is this still achievable given the return to coal and other very noxious energy sources?
Thank you very much for that incisive question, Madam Chair. As far as the Philippines is concerned, we are able to do this. We are actually working with the concerned and relevant agencies, including
Such as?
the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Energy, the
What exactly will you do?
Uh,
And, have you revised this figure down to a more realistic one? Because your agency statement is 75% by 2030. Just looking from where I sit, that's absurd.
It is, Madam Chair, to put things in context, it was meant to be an ambitious goal for the government of the Philippines.
No, but it shouldn't be absurd.
Yes, that's
Ambitious
correct.
is one thing, mad is another.
Yes, and while we strive for ambition, the same thing with COP meetings, we also have to be wary and mindful that their
COVID
commitments.
na eh. So anong bago?
Right now po, we're calling the meetings. We
Wala
have
pang bago. Doon pa rin
not
tayo
right
sa
now.
75%
It's the
by
75%. We're actually working, ma'am, on the PAMs.
Ay, nakakahiya to. Dapat baguhin na natin sa lalong madaling panahon kasi nakatakda to sa UN.
That's right,
And
Madam
they're
Chair.
going to call us out when we're not able to accomplish our self-imposed goal. It's most important that we revise as quickly as we can with a realistic, ergo ambitious. Albeit ambitious, it should be achievable. Hindi man yung suntok sa buwan.
We agree, Madam Chair, and that's why the meetings with the relevant agencies on the policies and measures is important.
DA is not the main culprit.
No po, we have,
Yung number one na binanggit mo.
hindi po, DA,
Hindi,
DNR.
DOE talaga yan. Kasi
Yes, that's right.
sila magsasabi ng energy mix.
That's right, yes.
Kaya nga, bakit DA?
It's just,
Maliit lang yan.
yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Commercial farming natin, kakarampot lang.
That's right, Madam Chair.
Okay. What are your plans regarding the repeated problem year on year, ang binabanggit lagi, ang People Survival Fund, na taon-taon talagang hindi nagagastos at binabawasan, kaya parating tanggal ang mga budget ninyo. At least 1 billion is supposed to be allocated through donations, endowments, grants, etc. So what is the total amount provided for PSF? How is it disbursed? What is the status of this fund? Are you receiving them? Who else are you giving them to?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. PSF is again a 1 billion peso fund, and as of this point, the utility rate is 31%. And as of July 2002, with the remaining balance
Teka,
of
31% to date?
That's correct,
November
Madam.
na tayo?
That's correct, Madam Chair. And if I may,
31% of the 1 billion.
the 1 billion, original 1 billion. And if I may, Madam Chair, this is
So, what's the plan? Magre-revert na naman yan. Every year, ganito, hindi nagagastos. Kaya hindi ko maintindihan kasi lahat ng agency humihingi ng pera sa inyo, pera na, naging bato pa. Ba't ganun?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. This is again one of the issues that we want to confront head on because unlocking access to the People's Survival Fund is important because that is the mandate. We have coordinated with the Department of Finance, which is the chair of the PSF board. We have in fact gone around the country and checked with other LGUs. There are LGUs that are ready to submit their own proposals, but as of this point, there are still some items that are to be considered by the PSF board. And it is our commitment, Madam Ambassador, that along with the procedural and documentary streamlining and simplification, we will provide the same to the LGUs.
Yan, kasi 2015 pa yan na ibibigay. Ba't hindi niyo magastos-gastos? Lahat ng LGU gustong makakuha, pero napaka-komplikado ng proseso ninyo. Di ba pera naman ng Pilipinas yan? Ba't natin pinahihirapan ang sarili natin?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Galing yan sa abroad na maraming qualifications, conditionalities, kung ano-ano pang rekisito. Pera naman natin yan, ba't hindi maibigay-ibigay? Ilang taon na to? 2015 ba to?
2015, yes, Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
I recall that this is very long-standing, and year on year, you're unable to spend it. Year on year, I receive complaints from LGUs who have applied saying that they need a consultant and yet another consultant to merely package the project. Why is the whole process so complicated, and what do you intend to do about it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, we have already done measures to simplify the process, reduce the number of documentary requirements from 14 to now 4, and simplifying the procedure too. Again, for this particular cohort of commissioners, this is something that we want to confront head on.
Okay, so you've been appointed. 8 months na kayong nakaupo. May na-approve na ba kayo in that 8 months? Or ganun pa rin? Glacial pace pa rin of release of the People's Survival Fund?
There has been no approval yet because there hasn't been any call yet from the PSF board, Madam Chair, and we're working with the
Why
Department
has
of
there
Finance.
been no call? Surely you should be banging their doors. You're not supposed to be waiting for them.
We are, Madam Chair, and that this is something that we have committed to do at the Commission on
Otherwise, i-abolish na natin to. Amend na natin to. Tanggalin na. Sayang naman, 2015 hanggang ngayon, naghahanap ng pera ang ating pamahalaan na mabigay ng ayuda, makapagbigay ng pagkain. Eto, andyan yung pera, hindi naman nagagalaw.
We agree, Madam Chair, and this is why we're committed, fully committed to work our very best so that this
Because
climate
you have
finance system-
accomplished no progress in the past 8 months.
There have been progress, Madam. What we've done
Pero
is
nga nagmi-meeting itong committee ninyo. Past 8 months, no movement. So I have to assume that in the next 8 months, wala ring movement.
my movement, ma'am, what's been done is that we've, apart from the big proposals, we've also opened up the project development grant, or the PDG, which is a sub-financial window, because in previous iterations of the commission, it was found out that there were some capacity building issues with regards to LGUs. And this is something that we have to address. And we totally understand that we have to do it.
Something wrong with your setup. The LGUs are able to access loans, grants, issue bonds, issue all kinds of financial paper. And you're telling them that they're incapable of processing this? How can that be so? We have some extremely sophisticated and adept LGUs. I really
yes.
contest this
Yes, Madam.
assertion that the LGUs are incapable. That's not so. Maybe some are
Some,
less
that's
trained and less able, but there are many, many who have applied to you who are very, very well trained and have on their own derived loans and grants from international institutions. So I don't think that's a fair statement.
I apologize for that, Madam Chair, but we do plan to work very closely with the LGUs also. And this is again.
Apparently you're not. It's 8 months, no progress, dear.
If I may, Madam Chair, also the PSF board composition, there was the transition from one administration to the next, so that may have contributed to that. Although we do agree, Madam, that there are structural
Don't
and
you have
procedural.
terms? Or are you all coterminous?
We have terms, Madam.
Yes,
We
that's
began
why.
March.
So what transition transpired?
For
Since
the-
there are terms and you have tenure, there's continuity.
This is for the membership of the PSF board, Madam Chair.
For the
Yes.
chairman, the SOF.
Yes, the
so-
secretary of UF, the
Ah, it's for
secretary of the
the board.
DBM. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Before we, the
But
Climate
the
Change
board has
Commission,
not met since July.
not yet. And before, the role of the Climate Change Commission was a secretariat, but it was moved to the Department of Finance. So we are now a member of the
No,
PFF
the
board.
SOF is now the
There,
secretariat as well as the chair.
the chair of the board and the secretary. That's
But
correct.
they have not met even once.
Yes, but
Have you
we
made any effort or representation to Secretary Jokno?
we have Madam Chair, and we were
I
told
was
that
actually with him in a sustainability seminar with regard to water. So he is concerned about the
he
climate.
is.
It's not for lack of intent. So I'm wondering why you can't seem to get hold of him.
We've been told, Madam Chair, that from the Department of Finance that there will be a meeting in November.
November.
Yes.
All right. I want to know also what you have done regarding the Green Climate Fund, the international fund that we are meant to access as part of the $300 million support to Southeast Asia. Meron na bang nakuha ang Pilipinas dyan?
Yes, Madam Chair. If I may just turn it over to my colleague, Commissioner Herrera,
All right,
who's working on that. Thank you.
Have we done anything? Have we derived any projects from the Green Climate Fund?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So far, ma'am, we have 5 approved projects under the Green Climate Fund.
Okay.
And the very first one was with Land Bank, supporting Pag-asa for multi-hazard early warning systems.
Okay.
I know that project, ma'am, is already under implementation.
And then, ano pa yung
And the
iba?
rest,
Dati pa yan That's old.
opo, ma'am.
Wala
So,
na bago since 2022.
there are new
2021.
4 projects.
Hindi yung Pag-asa, tagal na yan Yan nauna Tapos hindi
Correct.
na nasundan.
Yes, ma'am.
O kaya nga. Yung bago-bago naman, from 2021 to the present.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po. For 2022, there was an approved project, Climate Investor 2, with
Ano yun?
Climate Investor 2 is
Ano
the name
yun?
of the project, approved in June by the
Ano nga
GCF
yun?
board. This is on sustainable transport and infrastructure. 145 million US dollars, but for
Ang ingay-ingay po, sorry.
many countries.
Yeah, is it the other side? Talaga? Hindi tayo pwedeng makisuyo na may hearing po. Okay, sustainable transport and infra, sabi nyo? Ano yun?
Yes, ma'am. So this is a facility for the countries involved to access. We don't have a specific proposal yet for the Philippines that is really at the detailed
Wait,
proposal.
so you're telling me, why? No, I'm asking you, what are the approved projects for the Philippines?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am,
And
actually,
now
it's
you're telling
approved.
me, wala naman sa Philippines.
Sorry,
Ano ba
Madam
talaga?
Chair, if I may clarify. So this project approved already for the Philippines is a facility for accessing
Pero wala
financing.
pa.
Opo, a financing
Okay,
window.
so 5 approved. Number 2 yan? Approved but no project.
Correct, ma'am.
How much is
So,
approved for the Philippines?
it's I have to divide it. It's $145 million, but there are several countries. Let me just
Anyway,
check. Opo.
yeah.
So it's a
How many
regional.
countries? So 145. Surely you know what money is being granted to you? It's the first thing I count every morning.
Yes, Madam Chair. So this one was only approved in July 2022. So based on the dashboard of the GCF, ma'am,
Hanggang
and
November na po.
the funded activity agreement is still being reviewed by
So you
both
don't know how
parties.
much we have.
So
So
it,
okay lang.
the
O,
money is
sige.
not yet with us, with
That's
the
the second
Philippines.
project, third, fourth, fifth.
So there are also 3 in the pipeline already with the
Lahat in the
GCF
pipeline.
Secretariat.
Teka, so yung Pag-asa lang so far ang na-approve. It's not 5 projects. The others are all in the pipeline.
Ma'am, the Pag-asa project and the ones I mentioned, and then there are 4
But the
other
one you mentioned,
approved.
sabi mo nga, it has to be worked out pa
Correct, ma'am. And then,
Kaya nga.
may I add, other projects approved is the ASEAN Green Climate Facility with ADB. So that one is still also under review in terms of the funded agreement.
Yes, until it happens, these are all theoretical. So right now, you're talking
Right now,
about
ma'am,
one project.
it's only Land Bank that is under implementation.
Kaya nga. So hindi yan 5. Iisa.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am, one
there's only
under
one, and
implementation.
then you have credit facilities for 4. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So
But
the
it's not
other,
yet certain what they
not
will
yet
look like.
under implementation.
Alright.
it's still-
Ang tagal-tagal na kasi nitong
Yes.
Green Climate Fund. Wala pa napapala ang Pilipinas. We set up the Climate Change Commission in order to access its international funds to no avail. So may I request that you submit a brief justifying your existence. Di naman natin napapala yung Green Survival Fund na yan. Paano natin ma-justify na may Climate Change Commission na yan ang tanging trabaho?
Madam Chair, if I may provide some
Di ba
background.
right sizing kayo, di ba?
Ma'am, yung Green Climate Fund po talaga, it's already being, there's complaints also, or I may choose the word, the better word, challenges from countries to access it because really very technical ang kanilang requirements. In fact, Land Bank
Pero
needed
7 years na.
2 years po sa Land Bank just to reach application to approval, ma'am. So aside from the Land Bank project, the 4 others are still under legal review.
Are they all land bank?
No, ma'am. The others are private sector facility, like a Dutch facility, and the one with ADB, and the one with Pegasus
I
Advisors.
think the problem is
various-
between the People's Survival Fund and the Green Fund. Both have not been accessed successfully by your commission. Hence, you are always being recommended for abolition. This is the reality, and you can hardly blame anyone. I mean, unless you can turn in performance, I think it's very hard to justify the existence of any national government, particularly in these very difficult times. So, how do I justify your existence in plenary? What can we show as the accomplishment of this national agency?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Fully aware of the structural challenges that we have in accessing the Green Climate Fund and also the structural issues that we have to deal with when it comes to the People's Survival Fund. Perhaps one of the accomplishments that we can point out, Madam Chair, is the fact that for climate change expenditure tagging, we have significant improvements on this. This
What? I'm
climate
sorry.
change expenditure tagging.
I'm sorry, what is that?
The climate change expenditure tagging, or CCET.
Yeah, I can hear you,
yes.
but what does this do and what is it about?
This is makes sure that the national government institutions have provided budget for climate change adaptation and mitigation, and it's a
Yes,
joint.
but I'm, this tally, does this make any reference to the president's budget message that indicates that 453 billion has been allocated in the national budget for environmental projects?
For climate change, madam.
Yes, but what are they?
These
I
are.
haven't seen a list.
There's
Is
a.
that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's right, madam.
So where are they now?
The list, the detailed list of the projects are being worked on with the Department of Budget and Management. Going in.
Teka, may halaga na yan. How come worked on? At least you can provide me the title and the individual sums involved.
We can provide we have the breakdown. This is the information that we have at this point, madam.
No, this is very simple. There's nothing to study here. This is already allocated on a per agency basis. All I'm asking is for the list.
We will
There's
provide the
nothing
list.
for you to study.
We will provide the list, Madam Chair.
Yes, yes, you should have it on hand and it should
Yes,
have been
madam.
provided. Particularly because you are pointing to it as your accomplishment. Surely it's the president's accomplishment, not yours.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So what is your accomplishment?
If I may be frank, Madam Chair, we apart from the climate change expenditure tagging is also part of the work of the Climate Change Commission, and we've been working very hard on it together with DBM. And the rates of the
Sorry.
Ma'am, I am sorry, I didn't say tally po, but can you give me the figures once again? Improvements for. If I may, Madam Chair, for the climate change expenditure tagging, there's a 50% increase in the 2023 budget as proposed by the NGIs. In 2022, it was 289.7 billion pesos, and for
No,
2023...
that doesn't matter. I have the same paper that you're reading to me. I need to see the breakdown.
Okay, we will...
And I thought that was part of the job of the CCC.
Yes, Madam Chair, we will provide your office this list. Thank you.
But I don't see how this is your accomplishment. Maglilista lang kayo? Kailangan ng ahensya?
It's not...
Ililista lang ng DBM yan eh.
It's not just listing, Madam Chair. With all due respect, we also coordinate with DBM and with the LGUs, and we go over the list as well. We also provide training, Madam Chair, for the LGUs and the other institutions that have to submit their CCET.
No, I don't think there's been much coordination because you didn't submit all these agencies that you're meant to be working with, from DENR, DA, all these other groups. Hindi naman ninyo binabanggit. DBM, naglista. Andito sa budget on, liwaliwanag. I have the whole
Yes, Madam
list
Chair.
eh. Kaya nga nagtataka ako eh. Why you're claiming this as part of your accomplishment?
It's part also, ma'am, of our work to mainstream and of course to coordinate with these agencies.
Naka-mainstream na, boss. Nasa lahat ng department. Gusto mong basahin ko? DARD, DA, State Universities and Colleges, DOE. You know this list. I have the same. Parehong hawak
Yes, Madam
natin.
Chair.
Lahat tayo nasa gobyerno.
Yes, Madam Chair. Apologies for that.
Anong dinagdag ninyo dito?
It's under the arrangement and mechanism, Madam Chair. CCC is supposed to evaluate the climate proposals before they're submitted to the DBM. So we...
You're just another layer? May sariling budget ang DENR. Hindi naman kayo pwedeng manghimasok doon. Mag-i-interfere kayo between DBM and DENR. I don't think that's right.
Perhaps it's not a question of being another layer or nanghihimasok po. But just to give, again, based on the mechanism that was established, to just evaluate and go over that and make sure that there's a climate lens to that, Madam Chair.
All of you have environmental backgrounds. You all have science backgrounds. Is that correct?
I have a background in diplomacy, Madam Chair.
Yes, that's why I thought it did not connect to climate change. Okay lang. And then, is there anyone who's more science-based?
We have...
I am a BS Biology major, Madam Chair, and I have a license in environmental planning.
That's right. I'm aware of that. And then,
Madam Chair, I am a lawyer with background in environmental science.
okay, and then,
I'm a lawyer by profession, Madam Chair. 15 years in government administration.
anything,
I take care of
anything environmental?
uh,
Not really.
via development management.
Okay, so at least two of you have background, so that should be sufficient. So this is valuable talent. I'm just mystified why you're involved with this tally. I mean, the DENR, for one, knows exactly what they're doing. So does the DA. They actually have a climate change unit. Most of them have a climate change unit. DPWH is very adept at flood control. They have no need of further instruction from you or anyone. So what is your role such that you can claim this as part of your accomplishment?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I think our role here is to, again, be part of the coordinating and making sure that our agencies also have
You've
that.
been in government a long time, Secretary. You know that coordinating is a bad word. It means nothing gets done. Sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair. But if I may, I think despite the realities and challenges that we are confronted with at this point in the Climate Change Commission, because to be frank, it is a huge a task for us. And this is why we come to you, Madam Chair, also to request assistance because the agency also needs to, as you said earlier, right size to build our own capacities also to make sure that we're able to further carry out our mandates. If I may,
But this entire listing in the GAA indicates that you're a duplication of what already exists in many departments, what already exists in many special purpose funds and other items in our national budget.
Perhaps it's not a case of duplication, madam, because again, when it comes to our submissions and our commitments, we have to have that policy coordinating office, which is the Climate Change Commission, which needs to pull in everything together so that we're able to assess where we are, where we're supposed to be going. And if I may, Madam Chair.
What policy have you generated so far? If this is not the accomplishment, what policy generation has been done?
The most recent that we have is for EPR. The most recent that we have, and we've worked very closely with our partners in the legislature, is the EPR, the Extended Producers Bill on the use of plastics, Madam Chair. And
I attended the debates. There was no CCC representative.
while there was no representative, Madam Chair, we were actually working on very closely with the legislative team on that, and we've provided our own inputs, and of course, we've worked on this issue as well.
But it's primarily a legislative effort. I'm sorry, I'm not a diplomat, and I need to get this done very quickly. Maybe you can just submit what you see as your accomplishment as the CCC. The People Survival and the Green Funds have their own problems, but I think that your inability so far to deliver on climate change policy as well as implementation of the local projects has been a real downside to your budget. We're unable to increase until such time as we can see output. Thank you. All right, with that, I will go over this and I will await your submissions. I hope they're a little bit better than the previous ones, and make my committee report to the Mother Committee of Finance and thereafter to the plenary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we commit to do that very quickly. Thank you very much for listening to
Yes,
us.
thank you very much.
Thank you.